Good morning. As chairperson, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and equipment. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I want to apologize to the public this morning that we are late in starting, but as you are aware, the board was on recess for the past three weeks, and we had a lot of administrative work to do this morning. And so the hour that's usually allotted to our administrative work was not sufficient this morning. And so I do apologize that we are somewhat late in starting this morning. With that said, the first case that's on our calendar today is case number 23 PRO 00060 Medusa Lounge, license number 1215559. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Good morning. Josh Jacobson, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman. I do have communication with Josh concerning notifying DeWitt Spermolo.
Meaning, what is it that's been said? I think that's it. That is it. The licensee. I'm sorry. That is the licensee. What's the communication?
Yeah, I texted him to make sure that he was attending. I haven't heard back from him yet and tried calling and didn't get a response. I can give a quick summary of where we're at if that helps. And
well, he has to be here. So the bottom line is that if he's not here, then I need to make a motion to dismiss this application. So I know that everyone, this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing. It's supposed to start at 10:30. It is now 10:51. And so I'll just, again, Mr. Oriana, can you just basically put an all call out in the chat? Is there anyone here for Medusa Lounge? And if not, I will call the case and I'll move on. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please once more?
Yes.
Yes.
No response, Chairman.
All right. Okay. So, all right. So let me have Mr. Jacobson. Can you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yep, I am Commissioner Josh Jacobson, representing ANC 1E06.
And can you just, we have a court reporter. Can you spell your name for the record, please, sir?
Yes, that is Josh, Josh, Jacobson, Jacobson.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. This matter is scheduled for a protest status hearing this morning. This matter was scheduled for the hearing at 10:30, for us to start at 10:30 this morning. I called this case at 10:49, and the ANC is here, but the applicant is not here. And it is, as stated at the roll call hearing, both the protestant and the applicant must appear at the the protest hearing status. Because the applicant is not here today, I will make a motion that their license renewal application will be dismissed. The licensee will have 10 days from today's date to provide the board with reasonable cause why they failed to appear today. If they fail to provide the board with reasonable cause why they failed to appear today, their application will be dismissed, and they will have to start the process back over. If that is the case, then the ANC's protests, all that the ANC has to do is just to send a letter to the agency to ask that their protest application be grandfathered in if a new license renewal application is submitted. So with that, I make a motion that the renewal application for the Medusa Lounge be dismissed based on the failure of the licensee to appear at the hearing this morning. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So basically, as I stated before, we're dismissing his renewal application. He has 10 days to contact the agency. From once this decision is issued, he'll have 10 days to contact the agency, provide reasonable notice why he failed to appear today. If that is not done, then his application will be dismissed and he will have to start the process back over to renew his license. And if that is done, then the ANC can request that if the ANC still believes that it wants to protest the renewal application, all the ANC has to do is to ask the agency to grandfather its protest application. Any questions, Mr. Jacobson?
None at this time. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a great day. The next case on our calendar is case number 23, PRO 00064, Deja Vu DC Lounge, license number 121029. Good morning again, Mr. Oriana. Can you elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Eyob, your access has been elevated. And Frank Chauvin, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Morning.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Chauvin, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
I do.
I briefly saw you. Okay, fine. All right, good morning, Mr. Tesfahi. Can you please
Yeah.
spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Eyob, EYOB. Last name Tesfazgi, Tesfazghi. Tesfazgi.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
It's
What is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
for owner.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Chauvin, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Frank Chauvin, Frank. Last name Chau, V as in Victor, IN as in Nancy.
What's
morning.
your relationship to this case, sir?
I am the representative for the Westminster Neighborhood Association protest.
All right, thank you. Now, is it, I'm just, hold on. All right, okay, so you're, all right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case? Start out with you, Mr. Tesfahi. Any preliminary matters, meaning that any problems in moving forward in mediation or anything like that, sir?
No, no.
All right, thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Chauvin, any preliminary matters?
There is not. I haven't heard from Mr. Ayub. I'm sorry. I'm going to call you Ayub.
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
hard time with your last name. But I will get better at that. I haven't heard back following our initial meeting and then some back a draft settlement agreement. So just looking forward to continuing that conversation. I don't know if there's been a holdup problem, so just a little concerned, but I think we've been meeting and under good discussion. So.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Daryl Bethea. Hey, Frank. I
I'm
sent
sorry,
over
I'm sorry, sir. Who are you, sir?
Daryl Bethea, to the manager, partner and manager here at the
Hold on, sir. Can you spell and state your name for the record?
Daryl, Darryl, Bethea, Bethea.
And hold on a minute, sir. So Mr. Eob needs to tell me that you can speak on his behalf, sir.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, sir?
The owner needs to tell me that you can speak on his behalf.
Yeah. I give him a permission. Is general manager, and then he speaks better than the language speaks better than me to explain you guys. But I give him the permission.
What is it that representation you want to make now, sir?
Sorry, what did you say, sir?
What is it that you want to say, sir?
Oh, no, I just wanted to communicate with Mr. Chauvin. I did respond to the draft agreement. And said that everything did look good. So I was just waiting to hear back from you. I'm not sure if he missed the email or not.
Yeah, I apologize. Profusely sorry. I apologize. I did not see it. So thank you. I will. Will you resend it? I will look, but please do resend it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I just responded to the email. I didn't have any changes or any amendments to the agreement. It looked good, looked pretty standard. It's what we previously discussed. So we're good. I think we're on the same page about our times of operations and how we will operate within the scope of the business. So we're good. But I will resend the response.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that we had this so the parties can have a conversation, and it appears that this matter might be settled. If this matter goes to a hearing, sir, if this matter actually goes to a protest hearing, and if you, hello? It appears that Mr. Testeri has disappeared. Hello?
I'm sending the licensee a message.
Thank you. All right. Hello.
Hello.
All right. As I stated before, if this matter is not settled and if this matter goes to a protest hearing, sir, if you require an interpreter, please ask the agency to provide an interpreter in your native language, sir, if that is required, okay? Do you understand, sir? If this matter goes to a protest hearing, and if you require an interpreter in your native language, please let us know and we will provide that to you, okay? All right. This matter then if this matter is not settled, we will have a protest hearing on October 18th at 1:30 p.m. Do I need to, and if this matter actually goes to a protest hearing, I just want to instruct the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to provide the agency on the other side with the PIP, and the PIP, you need to provide us with the documents and witnesses you'll be relying on at the hearing. Failure on the part of either side to provide a PIP 7 days before the hearing, the agency, the board will be empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. But it appears that this matter will be settled. So good luck with your negotiation. If this matter is not settled, then I'll see you on October 18th at 1:30 p.m. Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
So,
Any questions? Yes, sir. Hold on. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
yes, so what does this mean in terms of what is required on our behalf? What is required on Mr. Chauvin's behalf, in order to kind of settle the matter?
Well,
because we've been in
basically, all right, this is what. If the parties he has sent you a settlement, if you have stated that he has sent a settlement agreement, you have stated that you are in agreement with it. So all that needs to be done is both sides need to send a settlement agreement, sign the settlement agreement, and send it to Aberlegal.
Okay.
Yes.
And then following, what is the time frame in which the license will be granted?
I'm sorry, the what?
No, what is the time frame in which the license will be granted once we submit the settlement agreement?
It will be as long as all the proper paperwork has been provided to the agency. It should be within a short period of time.
Okay.
So
I know you said short period of time, but is there? I mean, do we have a days or a tentative timeline? Just because we've been pending for a while.
True. Okay. This is within your control.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So what I'm saying is that as soon as the settlement agreement is submitted to the agency, if it's submitted today, the board will review it, and next week it will be on our legal agenda to approve it. So if it's submitted this week,
Okay.
board will review it, and we hopefully, if it's legally compliant, we will more likely than not approve it next week, depending when it's submitted.
Okay.
And then I do not know if all the documents that are required for the transfer, if that has been provided to the agency. If you have provided all the documents that have been required within a reasonable period of time, the agency will issue the license.
Okay.
Right. So I can't say I can't say how long it will take, but just make sure that we receive the settlement agreement, and you also need to make sure that whatever documentation is required for us to issue the license, that your application is complete and nothing is outstanding.
Okay. So this question, I thank you, Mr. Anderson. So hey, Frank, is there any way you can stop by today, or we can meet in order to execute the agreement?
It will be late today, after 4:30.
Yeah, that's not a
We're
problem.
gonna
That's good.
wait you.
We'll be here. So yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
good.
print out a couple copies. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. Thanks.
Mr. Chauvin, I think you had a question that you wanted to ask, sir.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Well, good luck with your discussion, and I hope not to see you on the 18th. What that means is that the parties have reached an agreement. Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank
day.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
The next case on our calendar is case number 23-251-00014, 18th Street Lounge. This case has been canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 23-CIT-00169, Silver, license number 105729. This case has also been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-CIT-00156, Greenway Liquors, license number 119525. This case has also been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-CMP-00039, Glassy, license number 117346. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government, the licensee, and whatever witness the government might have?
Sure. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. Taj Sohal, your access has been elevated. Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY-CELO, on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. Ms. Sohal, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? I can't hear you, ma'am.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Taj Sohal. It is spelled T-A-J, last name S-O-H-A-L.
And what's your relationship to the establishment?
Owner for Glassy.
All right, well, thank you. Mr. Ruiz, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name's Mark, M-A-R-K, last name Ruiz, R-U-I-Z, ABCA investigator.
Good morning. Mr. Silo, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do need to raise a motion limine. I understand that Ms. Sohal intends to introduce at least two exhibits that I'm aware of. I received those exhibits last night, and therefore I do have to object on timing grounds. I reserve the right to make any other objections pending the ruling on this objection.
Well, I believe at this juncture, I will reserve making a ruling. I will see if once the licensee, once they present their case, if they intend to call or identify documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days before, then we'll have a ruling on that matter. All right. Any preliminary matters on your part, Ms. Hall?
Yes, I did have, and again, I want to apologize. I wasn't aware that we were supposed to submit all the evidence a week prior. I was assuming that it was all to do in today's meeting. So again, I would just like to apologize. That was my fault. But
let me ask you a question, ma'am. Did you appear at the show cause hearing, status hearing that we had?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Did you appear at the show cause hearing status? We had a status hearing for this case. Did you appear at the hearing, ma'am?
Yes.
And at the hearing, I specifically instruct both sides that 7 days before the hearing, that both parties must disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon, and failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before, that the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents. And I gave that instruction and I asked, are there any questions? And you did not raise that you had any issues at that time, ma'am. So I'm now surprised that you're saying that you were not aware that you were supposed to have done that.
Again, that's completely on me. I think that meeting was about a month or two ago, so it completely slips my mind, and that's why I'm accepting full responsibility for that. And I apologize for any sort of inconvenience that would have caused.
All right. As I said before, it's I'll reserve your objection at this moment, Mr. Silo, when the licensee presents its case, if they intend to rely on the documents and witnesses, you can at that time raise your objection again, and the board will rule on your objection. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So this is a protest. I'm sorry, it's a show cause hearing. So what the government has a burden of proof, ma'am. So the government will go first. So each side will have, and you can have an opportunity to have an opening statement. Then the government will present its case. The government will also call its witnesses. Once the government, you will have an opportunity to ask questions of the government's witness. Once you ask questions of the government's witness, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. If the board asks any questions, then you'll get another opportunity to ask questions of the witness. And then Mr. Sila, as his witness, he'll have the last word to ask questions. Once the government has rested its case, then you can present your case. Any questions before we start? No question? All right. Mr. Sila, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the board, may it please the board. Many of the facts that you will hear in this case are uncontested. On April 15, 2023, the establishment, Glassy, hosted a Holly Festival at its premises. During this festival, they made use of a summer garden. And prior to the festival, they advertised it online, selling tickets for $20 a piece. It is an undisputed fact that the establishment does not have and did not at that time have a summer garden endorsement, nor an endorsement for cover charge. While the district anticipates that there will be much testimony about confusion regarding the requirements, the simple fact of the matter is the establishment operated a summer garden without endorsement and advertised and sold tickets online via Eventbrite. Therefore, at the end of this case, the district will be seeking 2 violations: a first primary tier violation for operating a summer garden without an endorsement, and a first secondary tier violation for cover charge. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Soho, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or you can reserve until you present your case, ma'am?
I think I'll wait until I present my case.
All right.
That's fine.
Thank you. That is fine. Mr. Fila, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, district calls ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
First name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
And what is your position, Mr. Ruiz?
I am an investigator.
For ABCA?
Yes.
How long have you been in that position?
4.5 years.
And on or about April 15, 2023, did you conduct an investigation of the establishment Glassy?
I did.
Did you prepare a case report in relation to that investigation?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that as a matter of law, the case report is admitted into the record, and for permission to share my screen.
I'm so moved, and Mr. Oriana, can you please give Mr. still has the opportunity to share its screen, please.
Access has been granted.
Investigator Ruiz, do you see the case report that I just referenced on your screen?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of your case report?
Yes.
Why did you conduct an investigation of Glassy on April 15, 2023?
I was assigned by Supervisor Investigator Mark Brashears during my overtime shift based on a complaint from the local community that the establishment was operating in these violations or planned on to operating.
And did you actually physically go to the establishment on Saturday, April 15th?
I did, yes.
What did you witness?
So I got there approximately 1:00 p.m. when I observed patrons entering what appeared to be a summer garden structure right off the sidewalk. Patrons appeared to be checked in. There were two staffs at the doorway of the summer garden greeting customers, as well as them getting the packets of color and throwing it around, as well as alcohol being served on that structure. And that's when I sought for the owner to discuss what was going on.
And did you speak with Miss Sohal?
Yes, I was able to meet with Miss Sohal, who was on the summer garden behind the bar.
What occurred during that conversation?
Pretty much made her know why I was there to discuss the event, as well as reviewed her license with her, and that indicated that there was no summer garden on her license. To ask why, she stated that she registered through what was the TOPS program during the mayor's emergency order, which was a temporary permit program that allowed the use of extra space. I asked to see some kind of documentation or confirmation of that permit, but she was unable to provide that.
Have you conducted a record search with ABCA regarding the license since you spoke to her?
Yeah, I conducted a physical records check, as well as the electronic check that we have on our system, and even communicated with licensing personnel, and no record could be found of this registration.
And to date, has any record been provided to you?
No.
So as far as you've been able to determine, does the establishment have on its license either the TOPS program certificate or summer garden endorsement?
No.
Did you also conduct any investigation into the advertisement of this event?
Yeah, I was alerted to that by Supervisor SI Brashears, where I did review it myself, and printed a copy of it as well, which displayed the $20 charge, which included entry and packet of color.
And as I scroll down to page 3 of the report, is this the document that you printed off the internet?
Yes.
And on page 4, does it in fact say general admission $20?
Yes.
And does it indicate that one ticket will include a packet of color and entry into the event?
Yes.
Did you consider this advertisement and these sales to be a cover charge for the event?
I did.
And are any drinks or food included with that purchase price?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Saul, do you have any questions of the investigator? You can close your screen, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Ms. Saul, do you have any questions of Mr. Ruiz?
Do I wait till it's my turn
No,
to present my evidence?
this is you can cross-examine him, ma'am, on the testimony that he just gave. So this is your opportunity to ask him questions on what he just testified to.
Okay, Mr. Ruiz, were you asked to verify for any sort of ticket or cover charge upon entry?
The question is, did I ask to verify?
Were you asked by any of the staff members at the entrance of Glassy to verify any purchase of a ticket?
No,
Okay.
I identified myself as an ABCA investigator upon approaching, so that no one asked me for a ticket, no.
Also, I wanted to clarify that the two people in the black shirts were actually not staff members. They were event volunteers.
Ma'am, you have to ask him questions, ma'am. You can't clarify.
Okay.
You need to ask him a question, ma'am, in the form of a question.
I think that's all my questions for now.
This is your only opportunity, ma'am, to ask him questions. So once we're done with him, you'll have no other opportunity to ask questions of him, ma'am. So you have no further questions to ask of him?
Were you under the impression that all of the attendees were attending due to like a purchase ticket and cover charge or cover charge?
Yes.
When you reviewed the online Eventbrite ticket sales, what date was that the day of the event or was that date prior?
I don't recall. I have to look at it again.
I think that'll be all my questions for now.
All right, fine. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, thank you for your report. Investigator Ruiz, did you inform anyone at the location that what they were doing was illegal?
I had a conversation with the owner about the use of the space. Yes.
Are you familiar with the investigative history of this location or this business? This licensee?
Yes.
Have they ever had an endorsement for a summer garden?
Not to my knowledge.
Have they ever had an endorsement to have a cover charge?
No.
Was that made known to the owner the day of Saturday, 14th?
Yeah, I made known of the summer garden. We didn't discuss cover charge at the time.
So again, they knew that what they were doing was illegal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did they cease and desist this action after you told them that?
No.
Can I ask you why not?
I don't know.
How many people do you think was on that summer garden? Your estimation?
I think I estimated around 30 to 40 people.
Thank you very much, Investigator Ruiz. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Chairman, thank you. Investigator.
Mr. Grandis, you're not on camera, sir.
Let me see if I can get it back on. Okay, thank you. Investigator Ruiz, you may have stated this in your testimony, and I'm looking at your documents. What time of day did you go?
This was 1:00 p.m.
And from your reading the invitation that was online, did you see that there would be children that would be welcome to this event because of the type of event that it was?
Yes. Yeah, it's my understanding it was originally scheduled to be in a park in a nearby area.
Oh, so in the advertisement, it stated it was going to be in the park.
Yes, until she was informed about not having permits, then she moved it to the establishment.
And when you were there, did you notice that there were individuals under 21 there?
There were kids, yes.
So would that be a typical type of crowd that this establishment would have in the on another day? Because it looks like they close at 9 p.m. So it's a CR, correct?
Yeah, it would be a restaurant, yes.
So there would be under the 21 that would be standard in a CR restaurant in DC, correct?
It's possible, yes. Yep.
And I think you just stated that you were informed that the individual did not have the proper permits to have it in a park, but that it was actually scheduled not to be in the restaurant or in an area that we would call Summer Garden.
Correct.
Investigator Ruiz, thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. Mr. Chairman, I'm thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Ms. Soho, do you have any questions of the investigator based on the question that Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis had asked? It has to be based on those questions. The questions
Yes.
that were asked by those
Did you witness any sort of like ID checks being performed and any sort of preventative measures being taken in order to separate those that were above and under 21 years old at the event?
I didn't notice at the time, no.
I would object to relevance just because we're not charging serving of minors or anything related to that.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. There were questions about underage, so I'm going to overrule their objection. All right, and I think he has answered the question. Do you have another question you want to ask?
No, I think that was it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Field, any questions that you have to, any redirect?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ruiz, thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Hall, how do you plan to defend yourself? Do you plan to, now you can do an opening statement? Do you have witnesses you plan to call? Or how do you plan to, it's now you have an opportunity to defend yourself, man.
I don't have witnesses, but if I would be able to share my screen, then I do have about 5 documents that I wanted to display.
I would object and request an offer of what these documents are before they are displayed, so I can properly respond.
So
Go ahead, man. What are the documents?
so one is a receipt of the total refunds that were given because initially we did charge cover charges, and then I was informed about 2 days before the event that because we didn't have a cover charge endorsement that we would be able to do so. So we did refund those. So I have a receipt for that, as well as a screenshot of one of the emails that directly shows the Eventbrite logo and a refund. I also have a copy of an email showing that explained to myself that we had until May 31st, which was about 6 weeks after the event, to apply for a summer garden endorsement after since the TOPS application with the mayor's emergency order, as well as an email screenshot of since then applying and a reply from Miss Erica Hauser, which is a licensing specialist from ABCA, that indicates that I had indeed applied for this specific sidewalk cafe endorsement.
Mr. Sila?
Were the last two documents, because I counted four, were you counting the email of your application and the response, two separate?
So there's one that's the Excel sheet of the refunds. There's one that's a screenshot of one of the refunds with the Eventbrite logo. There's the email from indicating that it had till May 31st, and then there's the two screenshots of the, I guess, correspondence I had gotten from a licensing specialist from ABCA.
Okay. So of those, if I take them in that order, exhibits 1 and 3, I received yesterday, late afternoon, early evening. Exhibits 2, 4, and 5, I have not had the opportunity to view. I reserve the right to make additional objections should they be offered into evidence, but at this time, I object based on the timing and the lack of ability to review said exhibits.
So, Ms. Lowe, you were told at the show cause hearing status that 7 days before the hearing, you stated earlier that you were present at the hearing, and you were told that failure on the part of either side to disclose documents or witnesses 7 days, unless reasonable cause is shown, good cause is shown, the board will prohibit either side in relying on those documents. So why then, at least as Mr. Thiele stated, exhibit 1 and 3 were provided to him yesterday, and the other 2 exhibits he has not seen. So why were these documents not disclosed 7 days ago, ma'am?
As I had indicated, since we had found out about it, and because our last, I think, scheduled hearing had been postponed to September, so on my end, it was more of a scheduling error where I realized that today was the meeting, and I hadn't gotten a chance to submit all of the evidence a week prior, and then also 3 of the exhibits that I had not sent to Mr. Sellos was because I had sent him the 2 documents regarding the exact topic that we were speaking about yesterday. And so the 2 screenshots of the email regarding the future, I guess, application of the sidewalk cafe, as well as another, just a second form of, I guess, proof that the tickets were refunded, were the reason why they weren't presented to him yesterday.
But this matter was scheduled for a show cause hearing previously, and it was continued. So you have had 2 opportunities, ma'am, to have disclosed the documents. So because weren't you supposed to have disclosed the documents for the previous date this matter was scheduled for, and you did not do that. So you did not disclose them for the previous date this matter was scheduled for, and now you were given probably another month that this matter was scheduled for, and you still didn't disclose them, ma'am. So I don't understand why you have had 2. I mean, you have had 2 opportunities to disclose the documents, and you never did. And so go ahead, ma'am.
This was by no means in an effort to, I guess, withhold information or, derail this case by any means. It was, I'm again taking responsibility. It was my own personal error. From my understanding, since the showcase hearing that was a month ago, right? You have a week before then, and then I didn't submit the information because I was, I guess, informed more than a week prior that that was now being moved to September. So I thought that was then going to be today. And like I had said, that it was just, I guess, since the timing of the original showcase hearing, um, I hadn't gotten the chance to submit it, but it was by no means in order to withhold information.
I'm not going to allow you to rely on these documents, then, because you have not provided for reason good cause of why these documents were not disclosed. So I'm not going to allow you to do that. If you're the only witness to testify, I can swear you in. You can make testimony. You can testify about what the documents are, and how to defend yourself. But I'm not going to allow you to rely on these documents and move them into evidence. So you stated, I'm sorry, you said before you don't have any witnesses, right? So you're the only witnesses, right? So if you're the only witness, then what I will do, I will swear you in, and then you can defend yourself. So can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And so you can state your case, and once you can put your hand down, ma'am. Once you're done, Mr. Silo will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right. So I was informed 2 days before the event. I think I'm pretty sure it was Miss.
Hold on, Mr. Grandis, can you please mute you? All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
So I was informed 2 days before the event. I'm pretty sure it was Miss Walker, I think is her last name. And she had informed me that so originally, right, we wanted to have the event in I guess, the adjacent park. And then due to, I think I was informed by Miss Walker that I would need a 1 day substantial change, as well as originally we were planning on having a DJ, so that was a different endorsement, and then as well as the cover charge endorsement. And since there wasn't enough time, because it was only a few days before the event, to process all those permits, we decided to change the location and have it on premise, because from my understanding, I wouldn't require a 1 day substantial change. We got rid of the DJ, so we wouldn't have to be in violation of that. As well as for the cover charge, we did refund all of the tickets that were sold online, and then everyone that had attended the event that day was free of charge, and the only thing that they were purchasing was their food, alcoholic beverages, packets of color. Upon entry, for every person that came in, it was we would check their IDs in order to make sure that they were either over 21 or under, and if they were under 21, then they would get a big black X on both of their hands in order to provide more clarity to the bartender, myself. So we would avoid any, I guess, reasons for being in violation of our liquor license in that case. And then, as well as what I was going to present to you, was I had received an email indicating that we had until May 31st was the deadline, just 6 weeks after our original event, to apply for a summer garden or sidewalk cafe endorsement. And at that point is when our tops application would have expired. And when the investigator was there, I had tried to pull up I guess, any sort of receipt for the tops, which I wasn't able to provide at that moment. And this was also applied for, I think, back in 2020, so about 3 years prior, which is part of the reason why I was having a hard time. And as the investigator had indicated, in our efforts, right, because we were told in the 11th hour that these were the I guess, what we would be in violation of, I tried to I guess, we didn't want to like have a bad reputation for our business and where we would completely cancel the event 2 days prior. But we did want to, I guess, still operate under the proper guidelines. So there wasn't any cover charge charged, and any sales that were made from that were refunded. And then we didn't have a DJ. We from my understanding, I was still operating lawfully under TOPS, which wouldn't technically, from my understanding, expire for another 6 weeks.
Do you have anything else, any other representation that you wish to make, ma'am?
I'm sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Any other representation you wish to make?
No.
That's it? Any questions? Any cross-examination, Mr. Seeler? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you. My apologies. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. First and foremost, you said Miss Walker informed you that you could not put on the event as planned. Who was Miss Walker? Is she affiliated with ABCA?
Yes. I want to say her first name started with a D, but she was affiliated with ABCA.
Okay. You indicated that you had issued refunds. You acknowledge that you did sell tickets, correct?
Initially, yes.
And do you know when the refunds were issued?
I'm gonna have to look back on my Eventbrite dashboard.
Was it before the event or after the event?
Before.
So you're telling this board that before Investigator Ruiz ever interviewed you, you had already issued refunds?
Yes. However, I cannot confirm if they had been processed, like, because there is a processing period with Eventbrite. I think it's like a couple of days. So I can't confirm as to whether the refunds had fully processed yet, but I did put in the refunds
Okay.
for the event.
Now, as it relates to Summer Garden, you agree that you did not have a Summer Garden endorsement at that time, correct?
From my understanding, it was that because I had applied for the TOPS one, which was just back then like a basic, I think it was like a couple questions on like a Gmail survey link,
And
right?
then we'll get to TOPS in a second, but I'm talking just about the Summer Garden. You agree that you did not have a Summer Garden endorsement on your license at that time, correct? And you've since applied for one, but you don't have one right now, correct? All right. Now, Investigator Ruiz asked you to see about your TOPS certificate, and you were unable to provide it at that time you testified, correct?
Yes.
But you still, to this day, have never been able to provide that to Investigator Ruiz.
Yes.
And you said you received a notice saying that you did not need to apply to the Summer Garden until 5/31. You would agree that that did not come from ABCA, correct?
Sorry, I'm just gonna look back because I wasn't exactly sure who the email was from. I received that from the Restaurant Association, RAMW.
It was not an official ABCA notice giving you a deadline.
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Ms. Saul, let me ask you a question. How long have you owned this establishment, man?
It was from 2020, so it's about July 2020.
July of 2020. So this is so basically you've been operating, you started to operate since during COVID, is that correct? Now, tell me about this summer garden that you have on this property. Now, but who told you what? How long did you have the summer garden? When you opened the business, did the business have a summer garden?
No.
So when did you decide to have a summer garden?
I think it was built out around the end of 2020, beginning of 2021.
So it was built 2020,
I think, yes.
2021, and no one told you that you had to apply to ABRA at the time for a license to.
So at the time, what we were told is that if you had gone through there's like a basic application for TOPS that for the time being, I know that they had, ABRA had said that they, would have a certain deadline, which was continuously extended as to when you would have to apply for the summer garden or sidewalk cafe.
Are you sure for summer garden, or is it just that if you have outdoor? That
I'm sorry?
I'm aware that during COVID, exceptions were made for folks to operate outdoors. It's not, that's correct.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
so you're saying, all right, well, I'll leave that. All right. All right. So you were told that you had to apply for a summer garden. Is that correct? When were you told you had to apply for a summer garden endorsement?
I think I was told by Investigator Ruiz, as well as when I had initially read that email from MW, that we would have until the 31st to apply.
So have you applied for a summer garden endorsement?
Yes.
Do you currently have a summer garden endorsement on your license then?
No.
Are you still operating the summer garden?
I haven't since had like any sort of events or anything, and I mean, I don't know if this even like I guess matters to my case, but like the reason that we had like started or even intended on having events is because my business has been struggling, and we are going to be more than likely shutting down our operation within like the next month or so. And I mean, since I had gotten the notice that I wasn't able, that I'd been fined or I was in violation, right? I did, before the 31st, apply for the summer garden. And I did get a response back from a licensing specialist that she had received my application, and I gave all the supporting documents. I think she required like one other thing. It was like I want to say it was called like a permit for public use. And the reason that I haven't submitted that yet is because we're more than likely shutting down the business. So in that case, I didn't want to apply for another I guess endorsement or license if we weren't going to be using it anyway, because we're going to be closing the business down.
All right. So let me ask you another question. Now, where were you planning to have this event before you decide to move it into your business?
Originally, we were going to have it on I'm gonna have to see what block number it is, but if you know where like Big Bear Cafe is, it's right on the.
All right, but you're planning to have it at a different location.
So, because I had it before, I had a Holy Festival, I want to say in 2021. And that's where we had it. It was outdoors because the actual festival involves like throwing colored powders and stuff, so it's a more outdoor friendly event. And when we had it over there on our street, which is only about like a block away, I had applied for a 1-day substantial change, and then it was like a TOPS permit in order to shut down that block, and that's where we had it. And then this year, that's where we wanted to have it initially as well. Upon our own discussions with the team, we decided that instead of closing down that R Street one, which is a block away, then we would try and do this exact block, which is right in front of Glassy, which is the 1600 block of First Street. And that is when we were told, while we were processing our permit with TOPS, that we would not be able to, for like reasons such as we needed this. I had gotten the signature of the adjacent neighbor, but apparently you needed it for the whole block. And I think that was the only thing that was holding us back from closing down this. And then I was alerted by Miss Walker that there was things such as we needed a DJ endorsement, we needed a cover charge endorsement. So from that point, I didn't progress with attempting to shut down the block at all. And I didn't go through with my TOPS permit, and I did my best to, I guess, remove all I guess, like infractions in our case, right? And did everything in our power in order to operate lawfully so we wouldn't be in violation of anything. And that was, our entire effort and intention.
But let me go back. You're stating that the first time you did the event, you were told that you applied and had to have a 1-day substantial change. Who
Yes,
told you
because that was not on our property. It was about a block and a half over.
So why then did you not apply, since you knew before, when you had this event before, that you had to apply for a 1-day substantial
Because I
change?
was, oh, sorry.
But why did you not apply for a 1-day substantial change this time?
I was under the impression that because we were operating on our premises, that I was able to operate under my normal as is liquor license. Had I known that that didn't apply to our outdoor deck as well, then I 100% would have. I have done previously as well, but to my knowledge, I was like lawfully able to operate within just on our glassy premises and just not like outside of it. Which I was later informed, like during the event, that that wasn't the case.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Brandis.
So thank you for your presentation. And, there's a cliche that no good deed goes unpunished. So it sounds like that, if I understand right, that this was a family festival that you have had before and you participate in perhaps annually, perhaps?
Yeah, annually. We weren't able to do it in 2022, but yeah, for the most part, it's just a popular Indian holiday that we wanted to put on.
Okay. In the presentation and the documents that the government provided, there was, it looks like an ad on April 15th about this festival.
Mhm.
And this, if I read this ad correctly, it says that you're changing the location.
Yes.
So had there been a prior similar invitation that was done in the media that had a different location?
So we had done it initially to where it was location TBD, like to be or TBA, to be announced. But we had indicated that it would be, because again, we wanted to have it on our street, that block of our street in front of Big Bear, and then we decided to have it on the 1600 block of First Street. But initially, when we had put the flyer out for the event, it just said location TBA, and then it had said Washington, DC.
And if I understand, your current license, your closing hour is 9 p.m.
Yeah.
7 days a week?
Yes.
So what type of operation is it when you're not having this festival?
Just a restaurant.
But 9 p.m., a lot of CRs go beyond 9 p.m. So if it's a 9 p.m., is it a lunch and dinner, or is it
Currently we only operate for dinner, so we're closed on Mondays, and then all the other days we operate from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And you have a menu?
Yes.
What type of menu is it?
It's Indian street food, so we do things like butter chicken, chicken fry curry, as well as Indian American fusion foods such as masala fries, chicken tikka burgers, samosas.
So it's not like finger food to go with drinks. It's actually a entree and full
Yes.
meal.
Yes.
And would you say your clientele is primarily walking from the neighborhood? It's like in a neighborhood restaurant type of thing, or is it, metro wide?
I would say it's metro wide, because, and it really does depend on, I think during the weekdays, it's more of the neighborhood, and then on the weekends, it's more metro wide and so on.
Do you do other advertisements other than the ones that we had in the presentation by the government?
Yes, our Eventbrite isn't typically a method that we use unless we would have a event specific like such. Usually we're using social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
And I think I heard you say that at the end of this month, the establishment is closing?
More than likely, yes.
And what's the reason for that?
Lack of business. We've struggled to stay afloat in this year. And at this point, we're, not even able to keep a large enough staff to where we would be able to operate more than like dinner time. And that's also another reason is why we would, want to put an event on, is to get some sort of cash flow and revenue to our business, which we haven't done so since then. And at this point, we're just had to come to the hard decision that I don't think we're able to keep up with our overhead costs, and we're looking to close down.
And during COVID, when you were operating, did you have other events other than this one?
We had the Holy event, and then we didn't have like full on events. We might have like a themed like thing, like where it's like if there's like an Indian holiday like Diwali, right? Then we might add like different, like a new cocktail on our menu, or like a new food dish that's specific to the holiday. Same deal, like if it's Thanksgiving, then we'll try and like offer where people can get their like Thanksgiving plate from us. Same thing for Christmas time. For Halloween, we might have like, if someone comes in with like a cool costume, then you get like like a free like appetizer or something.
So your current business model, other than the event that you were not in compliance with, do you charge cover charges?
No.
This is the only type of event that you have
Yes.
requested a cover charge?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have answered the questions that I had interest in, and I want to thank you for your answers, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Silo, any redirect? Mr. Silo?
No redirect, sorry.
Do you need to provide, Ms. Soho, do you need to provide any clarifications to any of the questions that the board asked you?
No, I think I've answered it
All right, fine.
to the best of my ability.
DRS, you have anything else to say, DRS?
Mhm.
All right, so the matter, the hearing is now concluded. So what we have now, we'll have an opportunity to do closing statements. So the government will close. Basically, a closing statement is tell us what it is that the testimony was, and basically what it is that the board is being asked to do. And so you'll also, the government will go first, you'll go second, and again, you'll tell us what it is that you're testified to, and what is it that you're asking the board to do. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. C.
The government is not contesting or not alleging that malice was at issue in the violations discussed today, and is willing to credit the fact that the establishment did change its operations according to the notice given. That being said, there is no contest of fact that this event was advertised for sale and that the establishment has been operating without a summer garden endorsement. Whether or not it was malice or simply confusion, the fact remains that the violation did occur, and therefore the district does seek a finding of a first primary tier violation as it relates to the summer garden, and an appropriate determination of the facts as it relates to the cover charge. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, ma'am. Your opportunity to have a closing statement. What is it you want the board to do, ma'am?
As I had indicated, we had, upon finding out that we might potentially be in violation of our liquor license and required endorsements, we, to the best of our abilities, attempted to change our operations in order to operate within the proper guidelines of our liquor license, and I guess all I'm requesting is that like truly we're not able to afford any additional like exorbitant fees in order to, since our business is clearly going to be shutting down soon. So I guess all I'm requesting is some sort of understanding. And I thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. All right, the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed finding of effect and conclusion of law or waive their right to do so?
The district.
All I heard, Mr. Sealer, is that the district. That's all I heard. I didn't hear
The
anything.
district will waive.
Thank you. Ma'am, meaning that you want the board to make a decision on what was presented today, and we'll make a decision on what was presented today. All right, fine. This matter is concluded. So let me hold on, let me read the closing statement. 1 minute, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 CMP 00039 Glassy, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 23 CMP 00039 Glassy for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
I second. Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before that has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank everyone for their presentation today. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We're now at the end of our morning calendar, and the board will take a brief recess to go into executive session, and we will come back. We will come back as soon as possible to do our agenda. So the board is in recess, and we should be back. Maybe not. We'll be back shortly. So this is just for the court reporter to say, please stand by. We will be back shortly. All right, so I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. All right. All right, we're back on the record. And so now let us now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in law for hearing dated September 12, 2023 for case number 22 CMP 00095 Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 093572. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, increase interior occupants without approval, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B1. There's a fine of $2,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. There a second.
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short, are you back yet?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato?
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson?
I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in law for hearing dated September 11th, 2023 for case number 23 CIT 00156 Greenway Liquors, license number 119525. The offer in compromise for this case is that charge 1, no ABC manager and duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701A11 and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. There's a fine of $250 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato?
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson?
I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of an offer in compromise in law for hearing dated September 12, 2023 for case number 23 CIT 00101 Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, no ABC manager on duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There's a warning for this charge. Charge 2, failure to post license, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25711A1. This charge has been dismissed. Charge 3, extended hours of operation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B13. This has also been dismissed. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato?
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson?
I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of offer in compromise in law for hearing dated September 12, 2023 for case number 23-251-00014 and case number 23 CMP 00050 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. The case 23-251-00014, the charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There's a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, failed to follow board order number 2021-155 by not providing a security plan within 30 days. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, failed to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For case number 23 CMP 00050, charge, failed to follow board order number 2021-155 by not complying with noise mitigating measures. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of an offering compromise in lawful hearing dated September 1st, 2023. The case number 23 CIT 00169, Silver, license number 105729. The offering compromise is as follows. Charge 1, no ABC manager in duty. Secondary tier violation of statute or authority. DC Code Section 25701. There is a fine of $500 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandison, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated June 23rd, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3E, Whole Foods, license number 076139. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will
Cato,
second.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated August 7th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Providencia. License number 125122. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of a settlement agreement dated August 21st, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Kinfolk Southern Kitchen, license number 124085. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Cato, seconds.
Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandison, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of a settlement agreement dated July 14th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Chop Shop Nice and Easy, license number 124675. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of respondents' uncontested motion to amend offering compromise and order approving offering compromise dated August 31st, 2023 in case number 23-251-00017. This is Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review of the Westminster Neighborhood Association withdrawn protest dated September 11th, 2023 in case number 23PRO00061 Rush, license number 125250. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review of the withdrawal protest of Isbit, Morton, and Noor, dated, September 1st, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00056, bar Hapinas, JAPONAIS, license number 124706. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Ms. Henson, Ms. Henson, I've been having some difficulty hearing you. Just want to let you know that.
Jenny is, I agree.
All right, I think something's going on with your volume, your speaker. All right, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review of applicant's motion to this ANC protest dated September 1st, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00056, bar Hapinas, license number 124706. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review of ANC's opposition to motion to dismiss protest dated September 7th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00056, bar Hapinas, license number 124706. This is now moot. Number 15, review of applicant's reply to ANC's motion to dismiss protest dated September 7th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00056, bar Hapinas, license number 124706. This is also moot. Number 16, review of protestants' motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated August 9th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00052, Champion Kitchens, license number 103055. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson, Ms. Hanson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 17, review of applicant's opposition to protestants' motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated August 9th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00052, Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. This is now moot. Number 18, review of protestants' reply to applicant's opposition to motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated August 9th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00052, Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. This is also moot. Number 19, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protest dated August 11th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00067, Queens Cafe, license number 124807. I make a motion that we deny the request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 20, review of protestants' motion to applicants. Review of protestants' opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss protest dated August 9th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00067, Queens Cafe, license number 124807. This is now moot. Number 21, review of applicant's motion to continue protest hearing dated September 5th, 2023, in case number 23 PRO 00055. And this is El Rey, license number 124791. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 22, review of request for fact-finding hearing for MPD Acting Chief of Police Pamela A. Smith, dated July 25th, 2023, in connection with case number 23-251-00020. This is Power Nightclub, license number 104228. I make a motion that we approve this request, and the hearing is now scheduled for September 14th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 23, review of the request for fact-finding hearing from MPD Acting Chief of Police Pamela A. Smith, dated July 25th, 2023, in connection with case number 23-251-00020. This is Surfside Taco Stand, license number 119138. I make a motion that we forward this matter to the Office of Attorney General for show cause consideration. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
The Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 24, review of request for fact-finding hearing from NPD Acting Chief of Police Pamela A. Smith, dated August 7th, 2023, in connection with case number 23-251-00023, Brooklyn license number 111411. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Conduit Road, license number 126024. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I'm sorry.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review application for stipulated license letter of games to support for new ABCA license. Bread First, license number 125516. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review application for certification of license. This is for WNS Liquor and Deli, license number 122985. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review application for certification of license. This is for La Betty, license number 108498. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review application for safekeeping of licenses to Surfside Taco Stand, license number 119138. I make a motion that we approve this request for March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review request for extended safety of license. This is for Hong Kong Kim, trade name to be determined. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review application for a new Class C multipurpose facility license. This is for Dance Place, license number 125838. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
So we're being used.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review application for sports with wagering endorsement to include 4-betting kiosks. This is for the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon Valor Brew Pub, license number 071793. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review application at cover charge to existing entertainment endorsement. This is for the District Sports Bar, Fremont, DC, license number 122413. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Seconds.
Mr. Cato and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato. Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 10, review application for change of hours to operate alcohol beverage sales and live entertainment inside of the premises only. This is for Kitchen and Cocktails by Kevin Keller, DC. License number 123472. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Are you there, Mr. Cato? Ms. Hanson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 11, review application for change of hours. Salatai, license number 120056. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Are you there, Mr. Cato? Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 12, review request for 2 off-premise storage endorsement located at 645 Taylor Street Northeast, units 1145 and 1146. This is for WC Beverage, license number 112440. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 13, review request for an additional off-premise storage endorsement at 3330 through 3360 New York Avenue Northeast, Suite 102. This is for shared 4, license number 117074. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 14, review application for a new storage facility permit located at 4215 through 4221 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. This is for Go Puff, license number 23SC01003. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 15, review application for carrier and delivery endorsement, Duke's Grocery, license number 121740. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny
Ed
Hansen,
Grandis will second.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 16, review application for carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Sababa Little Blackbird Wine Bar, license number 025620. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Excuse me. Number 17, review request for approval to provide a gift of food for an event that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Shop and Shop Liquors, license number 099920. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 18, review request to approve a gift of prepared food samples that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato, seconds.
Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 19, review request to approve or approval to provide a gift of branded lockbox that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato, seconds.
Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 20, review request to withdraw the application to add detached kiosks to the licensed establishment. This is for Kinfolk Southern Kitchen, license number 124085. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda, review application for safety of license. This is for MexiQ, our Truly Scott, formerly MexiQ, MEXICUE, license number 126086. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're gonna move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 10 licensees on this agenda. I'm going to review all 10 names and I'll make the recommendation. And then at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the recommendation made by the chair. Number 1, review letter updating progress and request for permission to extend deadline to open for operations from September 27th to January 17th, 2024. This is for Bouquet Labs, license number 121378. The request is to approve this one. Number 2, review of a medical cannabis license application from existing licensee for a new retailer license with delivered endorsement. This is Fido Cultivation LLC, license number to be determined. Recommendations for this to be placarded. Number 3, review of social equity license application for conditional testing laboratory license. Location to be determined. True testing license number 126072. The recommendation is to approve. Number 5, review of standard license application for conditional manufacturer type 1 license. Adose Wellness license number 125998. The recommendation is to approve. Number 5, review of standard license application for conditional manufacturer type 2 license. Green Pro LLC, license number 125990. The recommendation is to approve. Number 6, review of standard license application for conditional manufacturer type 1 license. Voyeur Club DC LLC, license number 126082. Recommendation to approve. Number 7, review request from board approval dated July 19th, 2023. Conditional social equity license to change new medical cannabis manufacturer type designation to type 2. This is for Biz LLC, license number 125635. Recommendation to approve. Number 8, review request from Approved Medical Cannabis Cultivation Center standard social equity license to convert new standard license to conditional license. This is for City Grow LLC, license number 125474. Recommendation to approve. Number 9, review of standard license application for conditional cultivation center tier 1 license Green Grow LLC, license number 125984. Recommendation to approve. And number 10, review of standard license application for conditional cultivation center tier 1 license Voyager Club DC LLC, license number 126083. Recommendation to approve. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approves the recommendation made by the chair for these cannabis licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. I'm going to list all the licenses that are being canceled, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the recommendation. The first one is Take Your Pick Liquors, license number 120147, licensee request cancellation. Number 2, Toscana Market, license number 114180, the licensee request cancellation. Number 3, The Bury, BRUBRY, license number 107892, establishment out of business. The next one is Red Apron Butchery, the Partian, license number 090742, the establishment is out of business. The next one is Hopscotch Bar and Grill, license number 112965. The licensee did not pay the safekeeping fee within 30 days. And the last establishment is Provision number 14, license number 096425. The establishment is out of business. I make a motion that the ABC board cancels these licenses for the reasons as provided. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board temporary license and 1 day substantial change. There are, for the first 39 establishments, I will give the recommendations, what the board should review. And then from 40 through 62, these are events that have already occurred. And so the board will vote retroactively to approve these. So I'm going to read all 62 with the recommendations, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the recommendations made by the chair. The first request is a request from Mark Samuel Eisenberg for 1 day license class F. This is for concert reception. This is on September 13th. The license number is 125944, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, another request from Mark Samuel Eisenberg for concert reception. This is on September 22nd. The license number is 125945, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 3, another request from Mark Samuel Eisenberg, concert reception, October 27th, 2023. The license number is 125946, 675 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, another request from Mark Samuel Eisenberg, concert reception, February 23rd, 2024. License number is 125947, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1 day license class F, concert live music performance, license on September 14th, 2023. The license number is 125869, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 6, a request from Mark Samuel Eisenberg, a 1 day license class F, concert, March 23rd, 2024. The license number is 125949, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1 day license class F, concert live music performance. This is on September 20th. The license number is 125876, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 8, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1 day license class F, concert live music performance, September 13th. The license number is 125873, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 9, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1 day license class F, concert live music performance. This is on September 16th. The license number is 125874, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 10, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a concert live music performance. This is on from September 19th to September 21st. The license number is 125875. 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 11, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1 day license class F, concert live music performance, September 27th. The license number is 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 12, a request from Rafi, Sahaykan, a one-day license class F, Armenian Food Festival. This is October 6th through the October 7th. The license number is 125909, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 13, a request from REIKO, the last name is HIRAI, a one-day license class F, Japanese sake tasting event, September 30th. The license number is 125985, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 14, a request from April Jenkins West, a one-day license class F, paint and sip, September 16th. The license number is 126059, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 15, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class G concert, September 23rd. The license number is 125868, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 16, a request from Franchoni, FRANCHONTE Barnes, a one-day license class G. This is for wedding, September 22nd. The license number is 125910, 140 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 17, a request from Patrick D. Batista, a one-day license class G. Gala, September 23rd. The license number is 125879, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 18, a request from Millicent Hawkins, a one-day license class G. Reception, September 16th. The license number is 125889, 150 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 19, a request from Gus West, a one-day license class G. A gala, September 20th. The license number is 125805, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 20, a request from Johnny Sanchez, a one-day license class G. A gala, September 16th. The license number is 125825, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 21, a request from Daniel Kramer, one-day license class G. Wine tasting, October 14th. The license number is 125816, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 22, a request from Jennifer Curie, one-day license class G. Charity event, Winer 500. This is September 3rd, 16th through the 17th. The license number is 125817, 1,500 attendees, 23 security guards. Number 23, another request from Jennifer Curie, one-day license class G, 21st annual district's holiday vote, December 2nd. The license number is 125818, 1,650 attendees, 36 security guards. Number 24, a request from, the name is spelled Sajith, the last name is spelled Samarafsinghe, a one-day license class G, wedding, October 16th. The license number is 125942, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 25, a request from Ernesto Rodriguez, a one-day license class G, silent auction, December 2nd. The license number is 125972, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 26, a request from Sanaz, S-A-N-A-Z, the last name is spelled A-R-J-O-M-A-N-D, a one-day license class G for wedding, September 30th. The license number is 126010, 85 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 27, a request from Kalisa Akil D. of Area, a one-day license class G, a fundraising event, September 16th. The license number is 126046. 85 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 28, a request from Emily Jackson, a one-day license class G, corporate cocktail hour, October 3rd. The license number is 126088, 90 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 29, a request from, the first name is spelled D-E-R-E-H, the last name is spelled T-E-K-L-E-H-A-Y-M-A-N-O-T, a one-day license class G for the Tigray Artists Association inauguration, September 24th. The license number is 126097, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 30, a request from Stephen Gibson, a one-day license, Class G, dinner banquet, September 16, 2023. The license number is 126104, 195 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 31, Schneider's on Capitol Hill, one-day substantial change, DC Wine Fest, substantial change use license off premises at Union Market. The license number is 000252, substantial change license 23 SC 00995. Number 32, Red Deer Brewing Company, one-day substantial change, Fall Festival, substantial change use license off premises at the Alcian Parlay, 227 Harry Thomas Way Northeast. This is on October 26th. The rain date is October 27th. The license number is 109096. The substantial change license is 23 SC 001008. Number 33, Hell's Kitchen, one-day substantial change reception. Substantial change of live entertainment with DJ and Ballin. September 28th. The license number is 121424. Substantial change license is 23 SC 00996. Number 34, Franklin Hall, one-day substantial change golf tournament. Substantial change open at 6 a.m. for golf tournament. This is on September 24th. The license number is 103899. Substantial change license is 23 SC 01018. Number 35, Honeymoon Chicken, one-day substantial change. Open Streets Festival, nature substantial change to participate in annual Open Streets Festival. The license number is this is on October 7th. The license number is 118483. Substantial change license is 23 SC 01014. Number 36, Blue Jacket, the Arsenal, one-day substantial change. Arcadia Food Inc. Festival, October 14th. Nature for substantial change use license off premises at annual festival. The license number is 090281. Substantial change license is 23 SC 01019. Number 37, Renaissance Hotel, one-day substantial change, private cocktail hour. Use license off premises at Tech Plaza. This is on September 28th. The license number is 085654. Substantial change license 23 SC 01039. Number 28, Renaissance Hotel, one-day substantial change, private cocktail event. Substantial change use license off premises at Tech World. License, this is on October 4th. The license number is 085654. Substantial change license 23 SC 01040. Number 39, Entertainment Factory LLC, Pub Crawl. This is on for the Halloween Bar Crawl, October 28th. The license number is 121481. The substantial change is 23 PCE 00025. The recommendation is for fact finding. Number 40, Michelle Gleaton, one-day license class F block party. This event occurred on September 10th, 2023. The license number is 125886, 125822, 1,000 attendees, 15 security guards. Number 41, another request from Michelle Gleaton, a one-day license class F reception for young professional Jewish. This event occurred on August 30th. The license number is 125887, 150 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 42, a request from Stephen Kenoyer, a one-day license class F festival. This event occurred on August 26th. The license number is 125887, 250 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 43. The name is spelled SHASHANK. The last name is spelled BHARADWAJ. A one-day license class F for a wedding. This was September 9th. The license number is 125802, 160 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 44, Alexis Starkley, Starkey, one-day license class F festival. This occurred September 7th through September 9th. The license number is 126000, 3,000 attendees in wave throughout the event, 60 security guards. Number 45, another request from Alexis Starkey, a one-day license class F festival. This was September 9th. The license number is 125836, 9,500 attendees, 153 security guards. Number 46, a request from LC, the last name is spelled IRUHRIYE, a one-day license class F, a wedding. This was August 31st. The license number is 125815, 55 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 47, a request from Andre M. Meslin, MEZELIN, one-day license class F, dance festival. This was September 9th through September 10th. The license number is 126018, 200 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 48, a request from Travis Chamberlain, one-day license class F, Community Day. This was September 9th. The license number is 126021, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 49, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live entertainment. This was September 1st. The license number is 125871, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 50, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This was September 7th through September 8th. The license number is 125872, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 51, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert. This was September 8th through September 9th. The license number is 125867, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 52, a request from EOB, EYOB, the last name is spelled TFCFAZGHI, a one-day license class G birthday party. This is August 27th through August 28th through August 29th. The license number is 125812, 100 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 52, another request from EOP, TSAFVGHI, a one-day license class G, birthday party August 25th. License number is 12581, 100 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 54, another request from EOP, Tesfahi, a one-day license class G, art exhibition, August 30th. License number 125813, 300 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 55, another request again from EOB, Tesfahi, a one-day license class G, birthday party, September 7th. The license number is 126023, 90 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 56, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G, private event. This was August 25th. The license number is 12588, 160 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 57, another request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G, private event. This was September 1st. The license number is 12588, 260 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 58, another request from Robert Jordan, private event, one-day license class G. This was September 16th. The license number is 12588, 360 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 59, a request from Patrick De Batista, one-day license class G, a gala. This is September 9th. The license number is 125878, 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 60, Orlando Gore, one-day license class G, wedding. This was September 2nd. The license number is 125902, 250 attendees, 3 security guard. Number 61, Schneiders on Capitol Hill, one-day substantial change, block party, use license off premises, the Capitol Jewish Museum. This was September 10th. The license number is 000252, substantial change is 23 SC 00994. And number 62, a request from Penfrey, Washington, D.C., one-day substantial change, family friends event. This is to use license off premises, the Grove between Wharf and Water Street Northwest. This was September 2nd and September 3rd. The license number is 121347, The substantial change license 23 SC 00990. I make a motion that the ABC board adopts the recommendation made by the chair on this agenda. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Mr. and Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. All right. We now move to another one-day calendar. This is for the H Street Festival. And on this calendar, this one-day substantial change calendar for the H Street Festival, there are There are 20 requests on this agenda. I will review all 20, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve these changes to the license. The first request is made from Raja, R-H-A-I Rankins, a one-day license class G H Street Festival. This is September 16th. The license number is 126077, 200 attendees for security guard. Number 2, a request from Cassandra Womack, one-day license class G, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number 126076, 100 attendees to security guard. A request from Fernando, P-O-S-T-I-G-O, one-day license class G, again, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 126079, 200 attendees for security guards. Number 4, a request from Denville Meyer, M-Y-R-I-E, one-day license class G, again, the H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 126078, 100 attendees for security guards. Number 5, On the Rocks, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 106695. Substantial change license is 23 SC 01032. Number 6, Ocean Lounge, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 114106. Substantial change 23 SC 101031. Number 7, The Big Board, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 083087398. Substantial change 23 SC 01038. Number 8, Bar Elena, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 086320. Substantial change 23 SC 01021. Number 9, Stable DC, one-day substantial change, 8th Street Festival, September 16th. License number 105439. Substantial change 23 SC 01034. Number 9, Sol Mexico Grill, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. The license number is 092192. The license number 23 SC 01038. Number 10, Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. License number 119312. Substantial change 23 SC 01030. Number 11, Takira Rosatikera Fresca, Rosticeria Fresca, one-day license, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th. License number 104296. Substantial change 23 SC 01028. Number 12, Mythology and Lore Dirty Water, one-day substantial change, September 16th. License number 095033. Substantial change 23. License 23 SC 01024. Number 13, The Pursuit, Pursuit, one-day substantial change, H Street Festival, September 16th, license number 113810, substantial change license 23 SE 1037. Number 14, the Haymaker Bar 1 Day Substantial Change H Street Festival, September 16th, license number 084689, substantial change 23 SE 01029. Number 15, DC Culinary Academy LLC, Brine, 1 Day Substantial Change H Street Festival license. This is September 16th, license number 110889, substantial change license 23 SC 01022. Number 16, Sweet Kitchen LLC, Sweet Kitchen, 1 Day Substantial Change 8th Street Festival, license number 121816, substantial change 23 SC 01035. Number 17, Pasta Paste and Rhine Cheese Company, Paste and Rhine Cheese, 1 Day Substantial Change, H Street Festival, September 16th, license number 122723, substantial change 23 SC 01033. Atlas Performing Arts Center, 1 Day Substantial Change, H Street Festival, September 16th, license number 085207, substantial change 23 SC 01020. 19, Focus DC LLC, Focus 1 Day Substantial Change, H Street Festival, September 16th, license number 118015, substantial change 23 SC 01026. And number 20, Chapacaba, CHUPACABRA LLC, H Street Festival, September 16th, license number 092662, substantial change 23 SC 01023. I make a motion that ABC board approve the 1 Day substantial change for the H Street Festival. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cato and Mr. Grandis to second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree that that passes 5-0. And we have one more agenda. This is the license administrative agenda. On this agenda, there are 31 applicants on this agenda. I'll review all 30. I will give the names of the 31 applicants, what's been requested, and at the end of the list, I'll ask that the ABC board approve the changes to these licenses. The first applicant, District Chop House and Brewery, license number 116949, Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officer Stephen Gooderman, secretary. Number 2, Smash Burger, number 1738, license number 117669, Retailer D Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officer Carl Bachman, BACHMANN III, president. Number 3, Sababa, SABABA, Bindas, license number 025620, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Saba, SABABA, Little Black Bird Wine Bar. Number 4, Matchbox, license number 116777, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new trade name is Makers Union Cathedral. Number 5, William J. La Chote, CHOLTE. He's requesting a personal importation permit application. The license number is 23 IMP 00018. Number 6, Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, with wholesaler A. Letter of request to remove the officer Rockwell Works, co-chairman. Number 7, Duffy's Irish Pub, Cap Hill East, license number 122071, Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officer Casey Callister, managing member. Number 8, Thompson, Washington, DC Anchovy Social, Malerna, mayor, license number 125078, Retailer C Hotel, trade name change application. The new name is Thompson, Washington, DC Surveyor, rooftop at the Thompson. Number 9, Union Trust, license number 107437, Retail SC Tavern, Game of Skill endorsement application. Number 10, Tight 5 Pub, license number 121974, Retail SC Tavern, Game of Skill endorsement application. Number 11, Charlene Bar and Grill, license number 118103, Retail SC Restaurant, Game of Skill endorsement application. Number 12, The Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, Valor Brew Pub, license number 071793, Retail SC Restaurant, Game of Skill endorsement application. Number 13, Lost Generation Brewing Company, license number 120512, Retail SC Tavern, Summer Garden endorsement application. Number 14, Union Kitchen, license number 118692, Retailer B Full Service Grocery Tasting Permit application. Number 15, Chucks, license number 123728, Retail SC Tavern, Game of Skill endorsement application. Number 16, Foxtrot, license number 124610, Retailer Full Service Grocery New ABC license application. Number 17, Foxtrot, license number 124611, Retail SC Restaurant New ABC license application. Number 18, Kitchen Plus Cocktails by Kevin Kelly DC, license number 125989, Caterers License New ABC license application. Number 19, Sima Sushi, license number 125022, Retail SC Tavern, New ABC license application. Number 20, Chop Shop Nice and Easy, license number 124675, Retail SC Tavern, New ABC license application. Number 21, Trudy's Scott, trade name to be determined, license number 126086, Retail SC Restaurant, transfer without sale application. Number 22, Wake Me, Shake Me, license number 125480, Retail SC Restaurant, UABC license application. Number 23, Osteria Mosea, MOZZA, license number 125204, Retailer B Beer and Wine, New ABC license application. Number 24, Mez Calerno Pachina Mexicana, license number 097794, Retail SC Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 25, Opera Ultra Lounge, license number 125773, Retail SC Nightclub, transfer with sale application. Number 26, Maman, MAMAN, license number 124925, Retail SC Restaurant, New ABC license application. Number 27, Maman, license number 124950, Retail SC Restaurant, New ABC license application. Number 28, Mixed BU, license number 124963, Retail SC Restaurant, New ABC license application. Number 29, Chief, license number 125169, Retail SC Tavern, New ABC license application. Number 30, Shangri-La Lounge, license number 123603, Retail SC Restaurant, New ABC license application. And number 31, MITA, license number 124762, Retail SC Restaurant, New ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants the changes in these license category. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Mr. Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Member Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We have now come to the end of our calendar and agenda item. The goal was that we would start our protest hearing at 2 o'clock, but the board needs to take a break for lunch. So 2:10, the board is going to take the board is going to take a 30-minute break for lunch, and the board will come back to start our protest hearing at 2:40. I see there's a notation in the chat that it appears that a licensee was here, did not appear this morning, and he said that he has appeared late. What you need to do, sir, is to send a letter to legal to explain why you were not at the hearing this morning when it was called. But because the other parties are gone, the board is not able to hear your request at this moment. So you need to contact our legal department and give an explanation why you were not there this morning. So anyway, the board is at lunch, and we will come directly back to our public hearing at 2:40. Okay, so 2:40, everyone should come back to the public hearing. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the ABC board. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. We should be joined this afternoon by 4 other board members. Other board members who will be participating this afternoon are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Miss Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Mandis. The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to take a few moments to make instructions very clear so the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases, I believe, on this. 1, 2. There are 8 cases on this afternoon's calendar, but there's actually one hearing, one actual protest hearing. But I will call the cases in order. I want to apologize to the parties. Normally the afternoon hearings would start at 1:30, but the board was on recess for 3 weeks this summer, and today is our first day back. And we had a significant amount of administrative matters that had to be addressed this morning. So we started late this morning, and as you notice, our morning session actually was over at almost at 2:10. And so I do apologize for us being late. I know that you were here. At least knowing that the hearing was supposed to start at 2:00, because I did advise the parties this morning that the afternoon schedule calendar would start at 2:00. But here we are at 2:45 that we're now starting. So I do apologize for us being late, but it's because we had a lot of business to take care of because of the fact that the board was in recess for the past 3 weeks. So please, on behalf of myself and the board, I apologize for our tardiness. And so let's now go to the cases that are on our afternoon calendar. The first case on our afternoon calendar is a show cause hearing case number 22 CMP 00095, Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar. This case has been canceled. An offer in compromise was provided to the board. The board approved this on our legal agenda earlier today. The next case is case number 23 PRO 00056, Bar Hapina, JAPONAIS, license number 124706. This case has also been dismissed. There were motions filed by the applicant and also by the protestant, and the board on its legal agenda dismissed the protests based on the motions that were filed by the applicant. So on its legal agenda earlier today, the board dismissed that protest. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00052, Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00031, Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. This case has been continued to October 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00121, MK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 88787. This case has been continued to September 27th at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00054, Kinfolk Southern Kitchen, license number 124085. This case has been canceled. a settlement agreement was submitted to the board, and the board approved the settlement agreement on our legal agenda earlier today. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00055 El Rey, license number 124791. This case has been continued to October 4th to October 4th at 1:30 p.m. And now the case of the afternoon is case number 23 PRO 00037 Boulevard Lounge, license number 115385. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Sure thing. Theodros Girma, your access has been elevated. And Ali Goldstone, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Hello.
Mr. Germa, do you have a camera you can turn on?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Let me work for some reason. Yep. All right.
All right, hold on. All right. All right.
So,
hold on 1 minute, please. All right, Mr. Germa, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship, sir?
Theodros Girma, first name Theodros, last name is Girma, Girma. I'm an owner of a Boulevard Lounge.
Mr. Germa, can you do me one favor, please? Can you just pull your camera down so I can see your whole face here? That's perfect.
That's okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Goldstone, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, ma'am. Unmute yourself.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Ali Goldstone, ALIGOLDSTONE.
And what's your relationship to this case, ma'am?
I'm the representative of the neighbors who are protesting the motion to increase his occupancy limit.
All right. This matter comes before the board as a protest on the application for substantial change filed by Noah Limited Liability Company, trade name Boulevard Lounge, retailer class CT license number Avra 115385, located at 6233 Georgia Avenue Northwest. This application was protested by a group of 5 or more. Before we begin the hearing, I want to take this opportunity to let the parties know that the board's witness, investigator Chanel Murray, is not available today. Therefore, we're going to start the hearing with the applicant and his case in chief, following any questions the protestants and the board members might have. We will turn to the protestant's case in chief, where additional questions can be asked. The board will then set the matter for another hearing date and time to take testimony from the investigator. The parties will be notified of that additional hearing. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters that the parties want to bring to the board's attention? Mr. Germa.
Yes, sir.
Any preliminary matters, sir?
Not.
No, you don't have any. All right. What about you? I'm sorry.
I've been struggling since there's the protesters is came up. I don't want to disrespect in the neighborhoods. I've been trying to.
All right. This is hold on. This is this is not your case in chief as yet. I was just asking any preliminary issues. And what about you, Ms. Gold? Any preliminary issues?
Just a logistical question. As I'm going through my statement, do I need to pull up and share my screen and show the evidence that I submitted, or do you all have that and will review it on your own?
No, you would have to. You would have to pull up and share
Okay.
your screen. I'll give you. All right.
Okay.
Let me
Perfect.
let me
Thank you.
just get some. All right. Just let me just get some clarification here. All right. This is a substantial change. Okay. The licensee is requesting a substantial change, and let me ask. I guess let me just ask a quick question. What's your current occupancy, sir?
It's supposed to be 88, but it was a mistake by the DC, by the liquor license and then my agents. But right now I have 24.
Okay, so you're saying that currently your license says that it's 24.
It's supposed to be 88.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I don't care what it's supposed to be, sir. Listen to what I'm saying, sir. Currently,
24.
your license said your occupancy is 24. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
on the liquor license is at 24, but the occupancy license that I have is 88.
All right, hold on. Listen to what I'm asking you, sir, okay? Your liquor license currently states that your occupancy is 24. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Fine. You're asking for a substantial change because now you're stating that your certificate of occupancy says 88. So you have requested a substantial change to increase it from 24 to 88. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what, so we're here today. You're asking for a substantial change to increase your occupancy from 24 to match what is on your certificate of occupancy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. Ms. Goldstone, you have protested this, the substantial change. Is it that, and I guess I'm trying to find out if we can find some agreement, because it doesn't appear that, do you have witnesses you're planning to call them, or you're the only one testifying?
I have a full statement and MPD reports, video evidence, all kinds of stuff that I prepared.
No, I'm saying, do you plan to call witnesses, or is it just yourself alone?
No, I am a witness, so.
You're the only witness that's going to testify today. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Germa, do you plan to call any witnesses, or are you the only witness that?
I'm the only witness here.
Okay, so all right. So what I'm trying to find out, if there can be any type of agreement that we can memorialize, or is it that is the protestant totally against the substantial change? I'm just trying from the protestant. So the protestant's position is that we do not agree with a substantial change to increase it from 24 to 88. Is that the protestant's position?
That is correct.
All right. Okay.
On the text.
I just wanted to. I thought that I was trying to see if there is a middle ground. If whether or not the protestant would.
Yeah, the last time, we sent in a.
Hold on, sir. What I was trying to find out whether or not if there was any agreement that we could agree to truncate this hearing, if the parties, say for example, if the protestants would say, okay, fine, we would agree to the increased occupancy, or we would agree to certain occupancy with certain conditions. That's what I was just trying to find out to say, is there a number that the protestants would agree to or not? Based on, or they're just saying 24 is the maximum. I'm not going to agree to any more than 24. I'm just trying to find out if we can have some type of agreement before moving forward with this hearing from the protestants' perspective. I'm asking you a question, Ms. Goldstone. I mean, I usually am not interested. I usually don't participate in doing it this way, but I'm trying to find out if there's any type of agreement.
Mediation. We went to mediation and
Hold on, Miss. I don't want to know what happened at mediation because that's confidential. So we can. So
okay.
I know you have gone to mediation and there was no agreement. That's why we're here today. But I guess what I'm trying to find out, is there something that you can agree to? Is there something that you can agree to, and maybe the board can memorialize that in an order, or do we need to go to a hearing? I'm just trying to find it from your perspective, ma'am.
We need to go to a hearing. Our perspective is that he's not been operating within regulations and it's been causing huge quality of life impacts to the residents in the immediate area and has had impacts on gun violence that we can attribute directly to his business through MPD reports and video evidence. So we don't feel like there is a safe number greater than 0 and definitely not 88. So we're not in agreement to any increase and would like to move forward with protest.
All right. Okay. So the way the process works is that normally the way the process stated before, we'd have the investigator would testify and the investigator, so the board would present its case first and we'd have the investigator testify. The board would ask questions of the investigator of the report, and then the applicant would have an opportunity to cross-examine, to ask questions of the investigator, and then you would have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator, and then after we have disposed of that, then the applicant would present its case. And then after the applicant presents its case, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine, and then you'd ask questions. All right, so what we're going to do is that we're going to have the applicant present its case first. You will have an opportunity to cross-examine the applicant. Then you will present your case. And the applicant will have an opportunity to cross-examine, and the board will ask questions. I guess from what the parties, is it that, do you need to ask, do either side, do you have specific questions that you're planning in asking the investigator? So Ms. Golson, you were not planning to ask the investigator any specific questions, is that correct?
No specific questions.
And Mr. Germa, you were not planning to ask any questions of the investigator?
No.
All right, so since the parties were not planning to ask any specific questions of the investigator, the investigative report is a board report. So I'm going to move that into the record. And so what we will do is that we will make a decision today on what's presented today. All right. So we'll start off, Mr. Germa. I will start off today. So I'm going to swear you in, and then you need to tell us what is it that you're asking of the board. You're asking the board to increase the substantial change to increase your occupancy from, you said 24 to, I'm sorry, what's on the current certificate of occupancy, sir?
88.
88. And so you're asking us to increase it from 24 to 88. So what I need you to do is to tell us what is it that you're asking for, why is it you're asking for that, and why the board should approve it. Or if there's another number that you can live with, you can tell us. All right. So I'm going to swear you in, then you can tell us what it is you're requesting. Then Miss Goldstone she's going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you on the testimony that you just got, and now we're going to have it very civil, because irrespective of what decision is made today, this is not a renewal of a license. The establishment is going to be there, whether or not it's going to have 24 or 88 or some number. So no matter what decision the board makes, these two parties, they have to coexist. So I want to make sure that when we do this hearing today, that this is a civil matter, because at the end of the day, you have to coexist. All right. So can you raise your right hand, sir, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, sir, go ahead. Tell us what it is that you're requesting and why is it that
So,
the board, hold on, and why the board should grant the request that you're asking for.
so, when I got these places, there was the places to the neighborhood. It used to be a rough, and then I've been through economic crisis because of COVID. They was under constructions, but the most neighborhood is they helping me out. They physically, they even with the trash companies, they give me all informations and the people they want to do the business with me. I've been doing good things with the community for so long. And then since I opened my clubs, I thought I have 88. I didn't know because the occupancy, the liquor license, I hired this agency to apply for me. And then it was a mistake. They put in 24, supposed to be 24 seat instead of the occupancy. So all I'm asking is, I applied this is like 2 years or more than that, 2 years ago. I didn't ask anything. I'm not like I'm willing to do anything. What I never said is I didn't know I offended them this way because nobody come saying anything to me. They come and I give them a service, even a birthday, like any parties they have is I give them a discount. They so happy, and then so once I display the play card, that's all the problem is come. So I'm still willing to negotiate with them. I write in the agreement letter, whatever they want me to do, and then I send it to them. They just they didn't agree. So just I'm asking respectfully, whatever they want, let them give me the agreement letter, and then I can, agree to certain things. But since then, I posted the play card. Is I never making any monies because 24s, which is the employee that I have, is already 10 or 12. So I can't like really do anything. 24 is just like for the cafe, but this is a big club. I just trying to get my original numbers, the occupancies back. So whatever they're asking me to do, I'm willing to do it. But at least at the end of the day, I have to make money. I'm spending the money over there. I'm just trying to bring in money, for the community. Still, I have employees. They live around that area. So at least, they can consider this one and then they can give me the second opportunity so I can prove it, like I'm, being thrown that, like just being that good citizen, just bringing the money to the community and then being somebody like, I really want to be. That's all I gotta say.
But you said whatever they want, sir, and I mean,
What
so
I'm
what
saying,
is it- I'm saying, what is it that
so
you
the
willing
complaint,
to
the
do?
complaint, the complaint they have is before is like as soon as I display the play card is they said is the customers they parking on the streets, people they're hanging around in the back of the building, and the parking space they can get it a lot, but all I said is I can stop using the back doors. I make sure I'm gonna put securities in the alleys in the back neighborhood. The front is all commercials. There is nobody live there. It's just like they close it after 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Most of them they close at 9. So I have plenty spaces to park it in the front. I make sure I put the security outside. They can't go in the back. They can park. The main reason they go back in the back parking lot is because I was like a few months as I started using the back door. That's why people they start parking in the neighborhood. So that's why I told them I'm a dude. I make sure I'm gonna put someone, make sure nobody park it over there. I'm gonna put the securities and an extra the guy like who's guiding the people who they gotta park at and everything. Stop using the back doors. And then other than that is my club is just soundproof. Already, I got approved from the community because they want me to do that. That's why I have in commercial doors and everything. We're not blasting the music inside. Even if I do it, you can't hear it from wherever they live at. It's just too far away. That's what I'm saying. What else is they want me to do? I'm just like I want to hear them as like the end of the day. we're gonna be here like for a while. I have this leases for so long, so I want to make a peace with them. I want to hear them what they want. Like, what do you want me to do? You know, that's what I'm saying. Is by means whatever they want me to do. So I just want to understand them. Like see what I can do.
And I normally don't do this, sir. And I don't want you to ask. I don't want you to tell me what happened at mediation. But while the hearing today, you're saying you don't know what they want to. I mean, didn't you had mediation? Is that correct?
Yes, I have mediation.
And
then
did you hold on? And I don't know. I'm not asking specifically what was discussed.
okay.
So did they not tell you what they wanted during at mediation?
That the mediation is just it was the letter agreement.
No, I'm saying
Right
no.
after that is
I'm saying, sir, you're saying that you don't know what they want. So what I'm trying to say to you, when you had the mediation, didn't they tell you what is it that they want?
Yeah, they want us. They said is the music blasting. The people that are parking in the parking spaces using the back doors delivery. That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying is whatever they said is in the mediation room is. I just said is okay. I'm gonna stop this, whatever they pointed at it. But
So
once
go ahead.
once I sent in the agreement letter, which is whatever at the time at the mediations, like whatever they said it, I say, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stop using the back door. I'll make sure nobody can park it in the parking like in neighborhoods. They have to make sure park it on the streets, the front. That's what they've been asking. But later on, as they said, is like like they trying so hard, not to get this occupancy or like losing the license. That's the last time they said that. So
All right. Is there anything else you want to say as part of the presentation of your case, sir? Before she's going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you. And so, is there anything else you want to say before we have her ask you questions?
let me. Yeah, I don't have anything to say.
Miss Goldstone, do you want to? This is your opportunity to cross-examine him, ma'am.
My only question would be if he doesn't know what we're after because he didn't attend the mediation hearing in full. So my question would be, did you attend the mediation from the beginning?
It was the beginning. It was I had a lawyer, and then right after that, the second one I was there.
So
Is that the only question that you have to ask, ma'am?
yep. Thank you.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Hear me? This question is for Mr. Germer.
Yes.
Mr. Germer, when you bought this business, was it an existing business already there?
Yeah, I've been there more than 2 years.
No. When you bought it 2 years ago.
No, it wasn't. It was a pharmacy. I just got the lease in it. Yeah, I just started from scratch. Okay. I got it like late 2019, and then right after that, the pandemic break out, and then I didn't make money or nothing. It's for 2 years. I've been paying for 2 years.
I'll try to make this as simplistic as possible. When you purchased it, how many square feet was that location?
I believe 2,167. I believe.
You believe? Did you bring any evidence or?
I can. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it.
Mr. Germa,
Yes, sir.
don't,
One-
listen.
Yes,
What
sir.
I'm going to ask you is going to pertain to the same thing. How many doors were, I can't see you, Mr. Germa.
Yes, sorry.
All right, oh, not a problem.
Okay.
How many exit doors do you have from this location?
I have one exit door and then one entrance.
So they're only one way, we'll just say two ways to either enter or leave. So
Yes, two.
that's
One.
when you purchase it, that's the way it was, correct?
Yes.
Have you added any additional doors?
No, sir.
What was the original certificate of occupancy, the C of O you had when you purchased it and turned it into a CT?
I don't know what's the occupancy before I have it, but after I purchase it, it's 88.
No, okay, that wouldn't matter with the question I'm trying to ask you. Please just listen very intently.
Okay.
You bought it, it was a pharmacy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you changed it into a
Lounge.
well, your certificate of occupancy says it's a CT, a tavern.
What
that
does
correct?
CT mean, sir?
Excuse me?
What does CT means?
You don't know what a CT is?
What is that, please, if you don't mind?
It's a tavern. That means you open a tavern.
Tavern. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you open a tavern. So when you open the tavern, you had two doors, one in the front, one in the back, correct?
Yes.
And your occupancy with Arbor at that time was 24, correct?
When I open it,
Yeah.
it was 88.
What did your certificate of occupancy, or not your license from Arbor, what did it say?
The Abra is 24.
Okay. Now, have you added any space or any exits since you got 24 that on that initial Arbor license?
No,
Nothing's changed, correct?
nothing's changed. It's the
So
same, the original.
you're going to be able, what you're saying to this board is you'll be able to get 88 people out of there or in there just like you can there with 24 without any changes. You haven't added any square footage. Am I correct?
Yes, it just everything I have is 88. The Abra, they have my certificates. I gave them the copy with the forms. Still, you guys have it in there. They said it's 88. The occupancy said 88. For some reason, it's 24. I never change anything.
All right, Mr. Gamma,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Gamma, the reason why you haven't changed anything because you had to come here first to get permission from this board and from ABCA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when did your certificate occupancy get 88 on it? Was it that when you first when you first opened your business?
No, they just I thought I have an 88. The Abra, the investigations, they thought is I have 88 because every time they come, they're asking me my certificate. I show them. But after a year and a half or 18 months later, which is a few months back, and then I think they went back and they checked the Abra license or something, and then they came and then they said you gotta take everybody out, and then I took everybody out, and then asked them what's going on. They said the A capacity is 24. I showed them the certificate, and then they says no, we have to see the license, the Abra license, and then that's how I found out that time the Abra license says 24, but the occupancy says 88. So the next day I went to the GCRA, no, the Abra, the license office, and then I asked them like, this is a mistake, you guys, you can see the document, you can pull it out. This lady, she helped me out. She brought it all the document. She said, you're right, but the form that you guys fill up is wrong. You put in 24. So to get that 88 is you have to display the play card for
Mr. German, Mr.
That's
German, even if I sympathize with your testimony, you'd have to give us something in writing from DCRA stating that it changed. Have you submitted any of that information that you went from 24 to 88? Have you submitted that to Arbor?
No, I didn't. I went there. They gave me the play card. I displayed the play card.
Okay, when you went there and got the
That's
play
how
card,
that's how the neighbors, they founded all the information.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's what everybody does. No, so nobody, you're not being treated any differently than anyone else. You
Yeah, I
understand that?
understand that.
Okay,
So that,
now,
okay,
okay, I'm just trying to get understanding myself.
okay.
What was the original numbers on the occupancy that you first received from DCRA? What was the numbers on that occupancy?
88.
Well, so when you came down to Arbor to get your ABC license, although you had 88 on your certificate of occupancy, why did they give you 24?
Because as they explained to me at the liquor licenses, the lady, she said is because of the form, the one we fill it up. The first form, 2 years ago, when we fill it up, this agency, she put 24. The 24 is supposed to be the table, not the seats. It's
Okay,
supposed to be 24. The capacity is 88.
please let me
But she
say
make
this
a
to you.
mistake.
Okay, I understand. But the bottom line is, just like yourself, anybody who has a CT or gets a license from ABCA, we only put the number on it matching what you have from DCRA. So you're stating that from the very beginning, it was 88 on your certificate of occupancy, but someone in ABCA made a mistake and put 24. Why would they put 24?
No, my agent to make a mistake, not the Abra.
Oh,
What-
your agent made a mistake.
The Abra, because yeah, I was hiring this agent, and then this agent is, when they fill it up the form, they put 24,
Okay, well,
not the Abras.
I'm trying to tell you how I know our licensing section works.
Okay.
And it works the same way for you as anyone else who has a CT or any other ABC license. The number on your certificate of occupancy from then DCRA and now the Department of Buildings is the number that we use at ABCA. So did you bring any documentation showing that it originally was 88? Did you bring anything today to say to this board what you're saying is true?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Can you guys see it?
Did you submit that with your PIP? Did you send that to this office? Oh,
This one, you guys already have this one. This is the original one. You guys already have it with my document.
Okay, well, I have no more questions of you, Mr. Gemma, because you have actual documentation stating that when you first got your certificate of occupancy, your agent tricked you. Is that correct?
It's just, yeah, they make a mistake, yeah.
And so how many years ago was that?
Was around like 2020, I believe.
And this is 2023, correct?
Yes.
So between 2020 and 2023, you didn't take that documentation down and show it to someone?
We didn't check it. All I have is the occupancy and then the liquor license. I never check in the liquor license, the occupancy. All I see is the DCI raise occupancy. I didn't know. I thought as I have 88 because that's what the agency told me. They said is you got
I understand that you thought it was 88. What did your original certificate of occupancy say? What did the original one you got when you got your original license? What did it say?
88. We talk about the liquor license?
I understand. I see what you're flashing on the screen, sir, but the bottom line is, Mr. Gamma, did you submit that to the investigator in this case?
No.
Why not?
Because nobody asking me. I don't know the rules. And then I asking the previous and the lawyers to help me out, but it wasn't help at the time.
Okay. I'm trying to get some answers from you that will make me fall in line with what you want. But I don't understand how, when our agency, our licensing persons, licensing section of ABCA, we use the same numbers that DCRA puts on their number to justify your number. And you're saying that some years ago, you got tricked and, or you got, your agent didn't do what they were supposed to do. And now, what year did you open up?
2000, October 1st, 2021, I believe, or 20, right after the COVID.
Can you be more explicit? What year did you open up? What year did you get your first ABCA license?
Oh, I think 2020.
And on that, it said 20, did it say 24 on that one? Can't hear you, sir. I can't hear you.
Since day one, I got the ABRA licenses, the liquor licenses. It says 24. The liquor license says 24. The investigators that didn't see 4 years. I didn't see 4 years.
Did it always say 24?
Which the liquor license?
Yes.
Yes.
And you didn't go down then and say to them that someone made a mistake and that your agent made a mistake?
When I found out, I went to the office and then I talked to them. Someone make a mistake. That's why they gave me the play card to display it, so I can get the.
What year was that? What year was that?
It was like a few months ago.
So from 2000 to a few months ago, you did not go down and try to get your occupancy raised.
I didn't know. I didn't see anything. I didn't know.
Okay. Now this question is very important to me.
Yes, sir.
What date did someone come from the DC government, whether it was ABCA or you said someone asked you to take all the people out? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What year was that?
A few months ago, this year, 2023.
How many people did you have in at that time?
Probably 50 or 70, I believe.
50 or 70?
Yeah.
And when did you come down and try to get that corrected at ABCA?
When the investigator, they told me they came like several times, but the last time they came, they said you have 24. And then it's like we look at it, both of us. He showed me it's 24. And then I was like, he told me what I have to do, and then I went the next day.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I'll listen to our investigator before I, as the board member, make any decision.
Okay,
Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, and we appreciate you being here and being involved with trying to have us understand what is going on with your license and what's going on in the establishment, and also trying to understand the concerns of the protestants. So you keep referring that 24 means to you tables and chairs. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the occupancy currently? The occupancy is 48?
88.
No, on the C of O.
On the C?
On the C of O, what is the number again?
88.
88.
Yes.
And what do you have on your license?
24 on a liquor license.
Right. And in your view, if I understand what you are explaining, the way you do your business model, that you have 24 chairs for seating at tables. Am I understanding that?
Yes, 24 a lot. Yeah.
Okay. So you believe that was your intent is to have 24 for tables and chairs, but the additional, let's say 60, rounding a number, would be for standing. And that's how you get to 88?
Yes, everything, yeah.
And you're saying that in the initial application, whoever you retained to help you with it, they put down 24 when it was asked about occupancy.
Yes.
And what you believe, if that form should have said 24 for seating, and I'm using 60 as a round number, for being able to stand, which takes you to the total that the C of O office allowed.
Yeah, but I didn't see it on a liquor license. It's just on occupancy. That's
No, no,
yeah.
I'm asking about your view and your business model, that you wanted to be able to have 88, but 24 was for seating, which do you have 24 seats in your place? Do you have tables and chairs currently?
Yes.
And do you know how many chairs you have currently?
It was 24, but 12 of them is broke. Now it's 22 or 21.
Okay, so, but you had 24.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think I have a better understanding of what you, as the owner, had wanted as a business model, but your representative did not articulate that or write it down correctly, is your point of view.
Yeah, I think you can say that, but they actually not me, but the agencies, the way they did it is, yeah. So I can take that responsibility.
Well, the agency probably went off your application.
Yeah, those are the ones they do because I didn't know anything about it.
Right. They're not C of O office. They're licensing specialists. So they went off the documents you provided.
Yeah, I've been giving them for the investigations. They've been coming checking me the whole years, almost 2 years. I gave them my licenses and then the occupancy, everything I have in my driver license. They never notices. They never asking me anything. After all the years later, a few months ago, they told me like, you gotta kick everybody out. And then I said, okay. And then I asked them what's going on. And then they showed me it was a little tiny number 24 right in the corner on the right hand side.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. So I understand we were told that there was a mediation, but that you may not attended the full mediation meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I had a lawyer at the time.
And the lawyer attended.
Yes.
Oh, and did the protestants provide either you or your lawyer a list of things that they wanted to see your establishment do in order to drop a protest?
No, but we did give them the agreement letter for me to them.
But did they, was the agreement letter based on what they were concerned about at the mediation?
Yes.
And from your point of view, you gave that letter to whom?
To the lawyers and then the mediators. My lawyers, he sent it to everybody at the time.
That everybody included the protesters?
Yes.
Okay. And did the protesters respond to that?
My lawyers are trying to reach out to her, but they didn't agree what we proposed.
They didn't agree, but I'm asking, did they give a written response?
No.
So as far as you know,
nothing
the only communication that was in writing was something that came out of that meeting that your lawyer drafted and gave to the protestants.
Which
and
is
that from your point of view, you haven't received something back in writing.
That the writing is just the lawyers. They send it like they're not accepting it because they didn't agree. That's the letters. The only letters I have is that the only one she responded to my lawyer.
Okay, so there was a response to, okay, and that response was from whom?
From the Protestants lawyers.
Okay.
To our
Okay. So did your lawyer or you try to sit down and respond and work out?
Yeah, he even he reached out to NAC. I don't know. I think that's the neighbor advisor or something. He was trying to reach out to them. He sent a letter. I have the letter with me. What he sent it to them. But yeah, I think he told me that like three Protestants they agree with the proposal we give it to them, but the rest of them, yeah.
Well, sir, the chairman was very articulate in opening this hearing in saying, look, after this is over, you all still have to live together.
Yes, that's
Okay.
yeah.
And we are concerned about noise and public safety and the things that are raised by protesters. Okay, so I really do you know the ANC has meetings? Are you familiar with?
I know the ANC. That's the advisors, the neighbor advisors.
Yeah, Advisory Neighborhood Commission. Do you know they have a monthly meeting?
You know, I remember one time I attended to, but after that, I don't know what days they have a meeting.
You may be able to create a better dialogue.
Okay.
If you don't just stay inside your premises and don't argue with neighbors, but perhaps show that you're part of the neighborhood by going to some of these community meetings. The community meetings are not just for residents. They're for everyone who lives, resides, and works within those boundaries. And that may be part of the equation here, that you're not aware of how to reach out and let the community know that you're sensitive to their concerns and you want to work them out.
Yeah, true. You're right.
Okay, so, I think the chairman gave some good advice. And I
Thank you
think that
so
if there was a response to that letter, we can't talk about details, but I would strongly encourage that you be open to trying to understand why they want a certain thing.
Of
You may
course.
be able to respond to that by saying, oh, you misunderstand, or here's what we'll do. And it may help to bridge the lack of cooperation that you and the community need to have, because after the end of the day, we all have to live and work together. And I'm assuming that your establishment is there to provide a good service to that neighborhood, not somewhere else.
That's true. Yes.
So get to know the organizations that are concerned about your neighborhood. And I know you're busy. You probably work 24/7. You're a small business person. You probably don't have a lot of downtime. But you need to start, in my view, on trying to solve this. You need to have someone on staff or yourself learn what organizations are meeting that have a concern about business and get involved with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
All right.
Any other questions by the other board members? Mr. Garma, when did you first got a license for this establishment?
Oh, let me see if I have it correct. You talk about the license, the liquor license?
Yes. When did you get a liquor license from us for your establishment?
I think it's in 2020.
No, when did you open your business? That's what I'm trying to. When did you open your business?
October 1st, 2021.
So October 1st, 2021 is when you first opened your business. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
When did you receive a certificate of occupancy for this business?
2020.
So you received a certificate of occupancy when? When did you receive the certificate of occupancy?
2011. Actually, I had it before that, 2016.
2016?
16, yes. And then that's the first one, but the last one is I have it is 2020.
All right, so the certificate of occupancy that you had for 2016, what number did that state?
That's the 88. No, this one is just the original one is to 2019. And then the 2020 is 88.
All right.
Yeah.
2019. All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In 2019, you have a certificate of occupancy. And what does that certificate of occupancy state?
The 88 Lot
The one from
24.
the
Hmm?
look, I need you to listen to what I'm asking you,
Okay.
and I need you to answer the questions that I'm asking you, sir. All right?
Sorry, okay.
You said you had a certificate of occupancy. When was the original certificate of occupancy that you received for this establishment? What's the date?
2020. 2020.
What's the date? You're no longer in Cambridge.
December 4th, 2020.
December 1st. I can't see you anymore, so do you know what happened?
Sorry, yeah, I don't know something wrong with the.
All right. So December 1st, 2000. Hello? I guess I need to wait for him to come.
Appears to have dropped off, Chairman.
Yeah, I see he's gone from the screen. So
I brought it back.
all right.
Oh, sir.
All right. Hold on. Yeah. All right. The question I'm trying to ask you.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Just hold on 1 minute, sir. All right. I'm trying to do a whole bunch of things at the same time. So all right. Where is he? Mr. Garma? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I can't see you though, sir. All right, I don't know what happened.
Okay, can you see me now?
No, sir, I can't see you.
How about now?
Yes, we can see.
All right. Okay, I can see it now. All right. So you're saying in December of 2020 was when you got your certificate of occupancy, right? And the certificate of occupancy said, and you're saying that that certificate of occupancy says 88. Is that correct?
Yes.
So so are you saying that on the application that when you apply for your license that your agent wrote 24? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I literally saw it when I went to the DCRA. The lady she showed me, she pulled out all the documents I sent it to them, and then I saw she put a 24 on it. They have they have the document with them.
All right. So when did you find out that? And so the CFO was issued December 1st, 2020. And when did Abra issue its license to you? Do you recall when you opened
the license?
Yeah, when do you recall when did you open for business?
I opened it October 1st, 2021.
All right.
I don't know, something wrong. The video just it's not working.
All right, sir. I've seen you. So, all right.
Okay.
Um, I'm trying to look at your application,
Yeah.
your original application. So on your original application, although your certificate of occupancy says 88, on
Yes.
your original application to ABRA, it said that total number of seats was 18 and the total occupancy load was 2. That was what was on your original application to ABRA. And so therefore, we issued a license to you for 44.
The 44.
I'm sorry, for the 24, I apologize, for the 24. All right. All right. All right. All right. Ms. Goldstone, do you have any questions to ask of him based on the questions that were asked by the board members?
No, thank you.
All right. Are you still there, Mr. Gurma?
I'm still here.
Well,
So
I
you tell
can't see you. I can't see you, and so
I
that's
don't know
one of the
what's wrong
reasons
with
why
the,
when
I don't know
I
what's
need to
wrong.
make sure that you're always there, and so that's why I always ask folks to be. That's why I always ask folks to be online, because if I can't see, if you're not on camera, then I can't see if you're there. All right.
Yeah, I'm still here. So you said it's like the occupancy that I have is 88, right? The one I returned.
I'm basically, sir, you are the occupancy. All right. All right. All right. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that you want to present before you rest your case, sir?
All I have is just the occupancy that I have, the original one. That's all I have. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to do with it. But all I know is I have the certificate on my hand. Is you guys still have it? That's every 8. So I'm just trying to get them back if I can.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. So, Miss Goldstone, you said you're the only witness. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You said you're the only witness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. How do you plan to present your case, ma'am?
I have a statement written, if it's okay if I share that, and then I have some evidence that I can pull up on my screen as I go. Would that work for the group?
Why do you need to share, if you have a statement written, why do you need to share the statement? Why need to say what the
Oh,
statement?
no. Sorry. The evidence that I refer to in my statement that I submitted, that's what I was planning to pull up on my screen.
All right, so what I can do, Mr. Oriana, can you please give Ms. Goldstone the opportunity to share her screen? And so if you have the document that you want to share your screen, then you will have the opportunity.
Otherwise, if it's easier, I can verbally describe the evidence. Submitted it.
I'm sorry, ma'am. If you have evidence, well, yes, you submit it, but it doesn't go into evidence until you move whatever documents in evidence here in the hearing. So you have submitted them as a part of your PIP. If you want the board to consider the evidence, then we need to have testimony, and then you need to move. And I believe that Mr. Gurma is no longer here. Mr. Oriana, do you know what happened? Mr. Garma, what's going on with your camera, sir? I see that you put in the chat that you're there. All right, good. I can now see you. All right. So, all right, that's what I'm saying, ma'am. So you can testify, and then you can, in order for the whatever documents or evidence that you have, we need to have testimony, and then once we have testimony, then you can move to have them admitted into evidence. I will ask Mr. Gurma if he has any objection, and I will rule whether or not the documents can be submitted. So, Mr. Oriana, have you given Ms. Goldstone the opportunity to share her screen?
Yes, access has been granted.
Thank you. Mr. Gurma, you're off camera. What is going on, sir?
I don't know, something wrong with it. They keep turning it off for me. I don't know why.
Can you figure out how to get back in camera, sir? Yes, now you're gone from my screen. Mr. Gurma. Mr. Girma. All right. Don't move, okay? Just stay right there. We have your camera. I have you. Don't move, okay? So whatever is going on, I believe if you don't move, we'll be fine. All right. Did I swear you in, ma'am? Ms. Goldstone, did I swear you in?
Yes.
All right. All right. Go ahead, ma'am. You said you can, if you need
Can I
to.
ask one more logistical question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have to wait to share my screen and show the evidence until it's admitted? Or is that part of the process to determine whether it's admitted?
In order for it to be submitted, ma'am, you have to share your screen and you have to show us, you have to tell me what the document is. We need to have testimony about the document, and once you've testified, then you'll state that you want to move it into evidence. And I will ask Mr. Gurma if he has any objection, and based on the objection, whether or not he agrees or objects, then I'll make a decision whether or not it can be moved into evidence based on relevancy. Okay, so you can start, ma'am. Do whatever you need to do.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, board members, in advance for your time and attention in this matter. As I said at the start, my name is Allie Goldstone, and I'm the representative of a group of neighbors who live within about a block of the Boulevard Lounge and have been working collectively on this protest for months. We have been plagued by relentless, disruptive, and destructive disturbances, and importantly, have experienced multiple instances of gun violence by Boulevard Lounge patrons who park in front of our houses on our residential streets. I will detail those common scenarios and provide evidence to back up my statements momentarily, but I would like to make our stance very clear from the outset. The Boulevard Lounge has applied to increase its occupancy, which is a change to which we strongly object and hope you will deny. Such an action would reward a negligent business that has received multiple official complaints and fines within the last year and has endangered the safety of residents in the immediate area. It is our hope that as a result of this protest that you will deny the request to increase the occupancy limit. The Boulevard Lounge is not an establishment that improves the neighborhood or makes life more enjoyable for the residents nearby. The business owner is seemingly seeking to do the bare minimum required to squeak this occupancy increase through so that he can continue attempting to evade regulations and seek his profit, no matter the cost to the neighborhood and its residents. The business has had multiple similar violations in the last 12 months, all related to the activity that has been so disturbing to us. In case 22 CMP 0047, he was cited for interfering with an ABRA investigation, having no ABC manager on duty, and operating outside of approved hours. The status hearing took place on October 19th, 2022, as shown in Exhibit 13, which I will pull up to demonstrate. Give me one moment.
What is Exhibit 13, ma'am?
It is the ABC board meeting minutes that show the citations and the fact that Mr. Girma did not attend the hearing.
All right, so that's our record. So this is from what case was this, and what was the result?
The
What
case
case
number
was
is 22 CMP 00047, and the date was Wednesday, October 19th, 2022.
And what is it that this decision showed, ma'am?
It shows the violations, the 3 violations that he was cited for in the case, and states that he did not appear at the hearing, which is important because it shows a lack.
Was he found?
What was that?
All right, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't need to pull that one up since
It's part of our record. So it's Exhibit 3. It's the agency's record. So it's already part of the record. So so Exhibit 13, which is a part of our record. It's one of our.
Yes.
So that's fine. Go ahead, ma'am.
okay. I have a few of those. So that's Exhibit 13. Exhibit 11 is the offer and compromise that ended that case. It went into effect on October 31st, 2022. And that offer and compromise outlines, again, each of those 3 violations committed and shows that Mr. Girma signed it, demonstrating that he admitted to committing each of those violations and paid the requisite fines for each. So he was aware of the violation. However, it appears he did not learn the lesson of those violations because they continued on February 1, 2023. He had a second hearing for case 2022 CMP 00079, which charged him again with similar violations a second time, specifically interfering with an ABRA investigation, allowing a third party to control security, and operating outside of approved hours, which is shown in my Exhibit 12. In my Exhibit 10, which is another ABRA file, all 4 of these so far are ABRA files, the offer and compromise indicates that, again, he admitted to the violations and in theory acknowledged his awareness that the violations must stop. So a reasonable person would assume that someone operating in good faith would have taken the offers and compromise seriously and would have adjusted operations to fall safely within the regulations rather than continuing to violate them. However, operating within violations and engaging in good faith, showing up to hearings and participating in them does not seem to be of interest to this business or this business owner. As Exhibits 10 through 13 show, he has violated similar regulations multiple times and has failed to take those violations seriously and resolve them in good faith. He was similarly disengaged and disinterested in our concern about his business's operations. In fact, the owner was so disinterested in the neighborhood and the concerns of ours that he barely participated in the protest process at all. When it came time for mediation, an opportunity to better understand our concerns and act on them in good faith, he joined the call more than halfway through and spoke briefly just once to express his concern that our action was affecting his business. He did not make any effort to engage with us before, during, or after mediation, and his legal representation at the time pitched toothless compromises that he would have never been held to and in fact would have been impactless. Since we're not allowed to talk to the details of what we discussed in mediation, I will skip what I had planned to say about that, but would again iterate that the only compromises that were pitched were things that would never have been proved whether he would have been able to do them or not, and would not have an impact on the complaints that we had. The compromise that was pitched to us with this owner would have sealed our fate to continue experiencing the quality of life disturbances, property destruction, and safety and gun violence issues we've been experiencing to date. Mr. Girma has a track record of not following the rules, making it seem as though he is unaware of the rules, and then after being made aware of them, continuing to break them despite the cost to everyone else. So that is the reason we're here today. Working together with him to solve these issues we experienced was not a viable option. Clearly, the business owner has a flagrant disregard for decorum, rules, and safety. But I'm sure you're wondering, what exactly are the things that we've been suffering for months? What are our week-to-week experiences that have motivated us to protest this action? It's primarily tied to the fact that the individuals who frequent this establishment, who do not only not live in our neighborhood, but come in vehicles with out-of-state plates, regularly park on the blocks at the intersection of 9th Street and Sheridan Street Northwest, 1 block east of the Boulevard Lounge. They arrive as late as 4 a.m., sometimes even 5 or 6 a.m., clearly operating their vehicles while consuming alcohol and already intoxicated. As they park and exit their vehicles on our streets, they dump armfuls of empty beer bottles and liquor bottles from their car doors onto our properties. The rowdy, obnoxious, and destructive crowds then proceed to break their bottles in our yard, urinate on our lawns, walkways, staircases, climb and damage our trees, honk their horns and rev their engines loudly and repeatedly, loiter and endlessly blast their tricked-out car stereo systems so loud that our houses literally shake due to the volume and power of the bass, and just hang out as if we were throwing a block party for them. This sometimes goes on for only 5 minutes, sometimes it goes on for 30 minutes or more. And after all of this initial activity, the patrons make their way to the Boulevard Lounge, where they apparently continue to drink to excess, and the servers do not refuse to serve them. In fact, the staff allow them to leave the establishment even more intoxicated with no questions asked. When the patrons finally make their way back to their vehicles again between 4 and 6 a.m., even more intoxicated than when they arrived, they continue their impromptu block parties where they left off, with multiple cars blasting music and bass as if they're competing for who can wake the dead the fastest, hosting literal drag races down our blocks, complete with crowds to watch, and then ultimately get back in their vehicles to drive drunk once again. Unfortunately, this is not a once in a blue moon occurrence. This has occurred as frequently as 3 nights a week, week in and week out. The patrons who use our residential streets as their parking lot and playground are a neighborhood nuisance and a consistent and pervasive drag on residents' quality of life. While the ABRA should weigh the day-to-day quality of life impacts to the surrounding neighbors heavily, these quality of life impacts are not where the trouble with the Boulevard Lounge ends. Where push really came to shove for us was when these informal, impromptu block parties turned violent. The thoughtless patrons of the Boulevard Lounge arrive armed with firearms and have risked the lives and safety of fellow patrons and the surrounding residents on multiple occasions. At least 4 events have been formally documented by the Metropolitan Police Department. Before we get into the details, I'd like to show a map of our immediate area for context, and I have a map that is Exhibit 9, if I may present that now.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Sorry, let me expand it. All right. Is everyone seeing a map?
No, you're not sharing your screen.
Okay, interesting. It is showing the sharing on my end, but let me try again.
Now you are.
Okay. Let me see if I can drag the map back in. Is everybody seeing a map now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. All right, so what this map shows is the immediate area around the Boulevard Lounge. You can see marked in red that the Boulevard Lounge is on the 6200 block of Georgia Avenue. Just to the north is Sheridan Street Northwest, the 900 block. If you go 1 block east, we have the intersection of 9th Street and Sheridan Street Northwest, which is where myself and the other residents who are parties to this protest live. I've marked on here the approximate location of the 2 shooting events that I'll get into detail in just a moment. And then because I have Ring video evidence provided by some of my other neighbors, I wanted to mark on the map the location of where the ring cameras are located to give context to the direction that the cameras are facing. So in the videos that I'll show in a couple minutes, you'll be looking west from the 6200 block of 9th Street, across 9th Street and up Sheridan. So this is the general area of, how close we are to the Boulevard Lounge and where things are happening. So back to the shooting. The first was in the early hours of November 6, 2022, when a disagreement between intoxicated patrons of the Boulevard Lounge occurred while they were loitering and lingering outside of our homes. Neighbors at the intersection of 9th and Sheridan Streets Northwest were jolted awake by gunshots outside our homes. In fact, one of the bullets struck and broke a window at the residence located at 6224 9th Street Northwest, where a child lives and was found asleep inside. At this point, I would like to bring up Exhibit 1, which is MPD's report of the events of that evening. If I can share. Okay. Is everyone seeing Exhibit 1?
So what is Exhibit 1, ma'am?
Exhibit 1 is the MPD report that details the aftermath of the shooting on November 6th. And what it shows is that at 4:06 a.m., officers were dispatched to our block for sounds of multiple gunshots. 15 shell casings were retrieved from the ground, and one was found in a driver's side door of a vehicle on the 6300 block of 9th Street Northwest. And in addition to this MPD report, we also have video footage of the shootings, which I will show now. But before I do, I can explain what is happening in the videos. So Exhibit 5 and 6 both offer views of the same gunfire event. Exhibit 5, which is what I will show now, is view number 1. It's a 1-minute long video, but I'll skip ahead to 20 seconds, which is where the activity of interest begins. It shows in the first few seconds, engine revving that starts at 29 seconds, happens for about 20 seconds. You'll see a car blow the stop sign at 9th and Sheridan, speed noisily by our house at 35 seconds. You'll hear raised voices start at 55, and finally you'll hear the first crack of gunfire about at 1 minute and 3 seconds, which is actually 4:02 a.m., and then several shots that follow. So let me make sure. Sharing. Okay. And if you can't hear the audio as it starts, please let me know.
So what street is this place is at? The address, please, can you tell us what?
Are you, sir, are you objecting to the video, sir? Tell me, what's the nature of
Yes,
the
I'm
video?
objecting all the
Hold
shooting, the gun violence.
Hold on, sir. Go ahead. Tell me what the nature of your objection.
Now let's see video too, but I'm objected the shooting is not the area is already shooted. The kid is a die right in front of my places. I ain't even close on the broad daylight. A few weeks ago, 12 years old, this got a stab. The same place where she's talking about on 9th Street. I ain't even open it. I open late night. The officer came to me, and then he asked me my back the alley's video because the areas to violence they shoot out every day, most of the day, at least like once a week.
All right.
They shoot out everything. It doesn't like these people like what she talking about it. You can ask her what this place is, how far this is houses from my house. It's just okay. We can watch it. Let's watch it through, and then I'm objected all the shooting, the littering because I have the trash cans. I have securities. The only thing is the parking and then using the back door. That's what I'm. What I did it wrong.
All right, so you're objecting to the video. So I guess my question, ma'am, how are you tying that this shooting is related to this particular establishment? How
Because the officers who responded to the event told us.
Did they write it down? There is any official documents? They said is
For
the
this one,
shootout is
I have a
everything happens
report.
from my.
where
Can you show me any papers like it can say it's a Boulevard Lounge?
Sir, Mr. Garma, please. You have raised an
Okay.
objection.
Sorry.
So you have raised, and I'm going to rule in the objection. So, the question I'm asking, ma'am, what is it that you have to prove that this video or this shooting is related to this establishment?
This one specifically is only based on what the officers told us in the aftermath. I was unable to find, they were unable to produce the report of the investigators who came to the house and took evidence and documented the damage that day. I don't know why they couldn't find it, but I could not get them to produce it. But
Because it's a lie. It's nothing.
Hold on, sir, please. All right, ma'am.
Okay.
I can provide the emails that show that they can't find it.
But ma'am, I'm not gonna, what exhibit is this one?
This is Exhibit 5.
Ma'am, I'm not gonna allow Exhibit 5 and a testimony on Exhibit 5 because you're unable to connect Exhibit 5 to this establishment.
I'm actually not unable to connect it because we have MPD officers who responded to the scene and who told us that it was related to an argument that happened outside of the Boulevard Lounge.
But that's hearsay, ma'am. I mean, do you have a report that says so, or do you have, is an officer going to testify today to say this is related, ma'am? Or you're just saying that someone
I know that I could bring MPD officers to testify, but I would be happy to get their testimony.
Well, ma'am, because you don't have any direct evidence that's tying this video.
Well, you're allowing him to talk about evidence that he didn't submit. So do the rules only apply to me?
Ma'am, hold on, sir. You don't need to say it. Ma'am, you're showing us a video. Okay. And you're showing us a video and you're saying that this shooting is related to this establishment. And what I'm asking you, the only thing I'm asking you, ma'am, I mean, he testified, you're showing us a video, and I'm asking you, what information, what is it that you're providing to us that this video that you're about to show to us, that it's related to this establishment? And what you're saying, well, an officer told you something. Now, is if you have the report, if you have a report that says that this was based on the investigation, this shooting is directly attributable to this establishment, or if you have a witness to testify. But I'm not going to allow you, ma'am, to show us a video, and you're unable to provide the nexus between this establishment and the shooting, ma'am. So if you cannot show us the nexus between this video and this establishment, ma'am, I'm not going to have any testimony on this video because it's not relevant.
Okay, well then we'll have to strike all of the evidence about any of the shootings because I don't have a police report that they couldn't find.
So you're saying you're saying the videos that you have,
yes,
you have nothing to prove that any of these shootings are related to this establishment.
I am not saying that. What I'm saying is I do not have a written statement that MPD provided for me or an MPD officer here to attest to the fact that they told us that it is tied to the establishment. That is what I'm saying. I am not saying that these shootings are not tied to the business. And I'm not saying that I don't have something to attest to.
I think
that we have had multiple shootings in this area, and every single time the police officers have said that it is tied to arguments that stem from patrons at the Boulevard Lounge.
Do you remember?
We have had, I have in a report, I do have an MPD report that specifically states that they've been patrolling the area outside of the Boulevard Lounge at our request based on these things, and that they disrupted a fight.
Ma'am, if you have,
And we avoided a shooting that night. So I do have statements from MPD.
Ma'am, if you have statements from MPD, you can produce those. But,
I was getting there, but you guys don't want to hear the argument that I'm trying to make. So,
ma'am, it's not a matter of hearing the art. You're showing me a video.
Excuse me, if I may, we did not receive any boundaries for what our evidence needed to be.
Ma'am, hold on, ma'am. Whether or not you received,
So if introducing MPD,
Miss Goldstone, let me say this one, and I'm going to say this one and only one time, ma'am. I'm the chair of this board, and I'm telling you how this hearing is going to go, ma'am. Okay? So you need to follow, you need to listen to what I'm saying. Okay? I'm not trying to be aggressive. I'm not trying to be aggressive to either side. But what I'm trying to say, ma'am, this is a, although this is not a court of law, but this is a formal administrative hearing. And so there are procedures that have to be followed. You are trying to show some videos, ma'am. Mr. Germa has objected to the video because what he's saying, they're not relevant. Okay? So he raised an objection. If he did not raise an objection, I probably wouldn't have said anything. Okay? So he raised an objection. And you're unable, because he said that you raised an objection, and I'm asking you some questions about this video, and you are unable to tie this video to the establishment, to his establishment.
I am not unable to tie the video to the establishment. I'm unable to tie the video with an explicit statement in an MPD report.
But this is
I did my due diligence to obtain the MPD report. They were unable to produce it.
But what you're
I did not know that meant that I needed to have an MPD officer here, but I would be happy to do that if we have another go around.
But ma'am, you're saying that someone told you, this is what you're saying to me. Someone told me that this shooting was established, was related to this establishment. Now, if you said, ma'am, if you said, or the person who took the video, that this is from my Ring camera, and I saw these individuals coming from the establishment, and then the shooting occurred, that's a different situation. But
that is what the video shows, but the objection occurred before the video was shown, and I was able to describe what the video shows in full.
All right, ma'am. Show the video. Once you show the video, then I'm going to make a determination whether I'm going to allow this in. So show the video, ma'am.
There are two videos, two different views. This one essentially shows the direction from which people are coming. And I'm not sure that the audio is working. Let me start that over. Okay, so I think we'll skip ahead 20 seconds because there's nothing much going on. The activity is beginning. You can clearly see the direction where things are coming from, which is in exactly the direction of the Boulevard Lounge. And in about 10 seconds, you'll hear the gunfire. And the second video, the second view that I have of this same shooting event does actually show people running from exactly the direction of the establishment, if I may show that. So where this video picks up is exactly where the other one left off. It starts with the 10+ gunshots that you can hear at the outset. At about 6 seconds, if I replay, you'll see the figure run from the right side of your screen, which is the intersection at 9th and Sheridan, where you could see in the previous video where all of the car traffic was coming from was 1 block west, which is exactly where the Boulevard Lounge is located. You'll see a figure running from right to left on the sidewalk at the very top left of your screen. This is the west side of the 6200 block of 9th Street Northwest. The person is running from the intersection of 9th and Sheridan, or the 6300 block area. And then you'll see 3 additional figures run alongside the first person. At about 16 seconds, you'll hear the final shot of gunfire, and you'll see a 5th separate figure running down 9th Street, indicative of a retaliatory response from the first set of shots at about 20 seconds, again, right around 4 a.m. And this is all coming from the direction of where folks were coming from the Boulevard Lounge and at their vehicles. So let me play this back with you. You can see the first shadow coming now. Several more follow. And one last. So if I may, these are individuals who we could very clearly see were coming from the direction of the Boulevard Lounge. And if I may, although I realize that this may not be admitted into evidence, what the MPD report and the ring videos do not capture, but neighbors observed clearly, is that the home at 6224 9th Street Northwest, which in this view of the video is the residence that's just above the top left corner, was damaged by one of those bullets in this incident. The front left ground floor window was broken.
All right, ma'am. All right. I'm not going to allow exhibit 5 or 6 in evidence. And the specific reason, ma'am, why I'm not going to allow these in evidence is because you're not tying these videos to this establishment. You're saying that they're coming from the direction. All right. The video shows a car coming up a street, turning on one street, and we hear gunshot, ma'am. This does not. I don't see how you can tie this to this establishment. And let me ask you one more question, ma'am. You start off by showing us. You started off by you talked about ABCA's records about some violations that occurred. Are any of the violations? And I'm not sure if you're aware that when MPD ties some type of shooting to an investigation, to an establishment, that they alert us to it. Are any of the case reports that you cited earlier, ma'am, are any of the ABCA actions that you cited earlier, are any of these tied to these shootings, ma'am? You gave us, there are some exhibits that you told us about the ABCA violation that have occurred.
Chairman?
Yes.
I don't know if she's with us.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Yeah, she's muted. So did she mute herself, or how is she muted? I see that she's on mute.
It appears her audio cut off, her microphone cut off during her testimony.
So why don't you tell her to maybe she can log off and log back on to see if that will correct the problem. I think she's saying she's unable to unmute herself.
It appears her microphone source is not working correctly. I'll get in touch with her.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, she appears to be back, Chairman.
All right. I can't hear you, ma'am. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure how my audio got disconnected, but everything got very weird. Sorry for the delay. I could hear you before, but it was very strange. So I think you were asking me something, but I wasn't able to really get the gist of it.
All right, the question I asked you, ma'am, are you showing these videos? Earlier you talked about this establishment's investigative history.
Yes.
Are any of the events that are on the investigative history, do they relate to the shooting, ma'am? Any of these shootings that you're showing us the video?
I am not sure.
Was it
the investigative history didn't state the date of the incidents that were concerning.
But I'm saying, ma'am, the investigative history that you read, they told you when the events occurred. So what I'm asking you, you're telling us when these shootings occurred, are they the same dates that's related to the investigative history?
The ABRA investigative history?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I must be misunderstanding because as far as I've read in the documentation, I didn't see dates that kind of were the impetus for the investigation in the files that I read.
That's what I'm trying to look for. I was trying to look at the case report for the investigative history.
The first one would not have been because the board meeting happened on October 19th, and the first shooting that I'm referring to was on November 6th of 2022. And the second one could have been, it was in early February, and the second shooting was late January of 2023.
All right, we're gonna move on, ma'am. I'm not gonna allow these videos to be a part of the evidence because you are unable to prove, I don't believe they're relevant because you're unable to prove a correlation between the videos and this establishment, ma'am. Secondly, you're saying, I'm not sure if you're aware that even if you didn't have the police to testify today, if the police determine that a shooting is related to an establishment, they normally advise us and we do some type of investigation. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm asking you if the investigative history that you went over, are any of these incidents documented on the investigative history? And you said no. So because you're unable to show a correlation between the shooting and the establishment, no one is able to testify The police is not here to testify to say that it's related to this establishment. The person whose ring camera this is not here to testify, and there's nothing on this establishment's investigative history to tie these shootings to the establishment, ma'am. This is not relevant to these proceedings, so these two videos will not be a part of the record. Okay?
Can I show a different video that, even if the shooting piece of it is not relevant, can I show the general disturbance to the area in a subsequent video?
As long as you can show a correlation between this establishment and whatever
I
you're
mean, that's an
showing.
impossible standard to reach. So I guess, I mean, we might as well just give up now and you can grant the increase.
No, ma'am, when we have hearings, the community, when they come to testify, they show specific incidents that's related to the establishment. They'll say that they're saying that the person left the establishment, and once they left the establishment, this is what happened.
Yes,
You're not
I can
showing
tell
that,
you,
ma'am. You're not. You're
I know.
ma'am.
I realize that that's what you're saying. In the aftermath of these shootings, I submitted a formal complaint to ABRA and asked to make contact with an investigator to compel them to investigate at the days of the week and the times that we see these things, and I never got a response. The investigation that occurred in response to this protest had visits to the establishment during the months where he thought he can't operate, and there was no disturbance. The best evidence that I have that our disturbance and safety issues are directly related to his establishment is that we have had exactly 0 disturbances or safety issues since he's been non-operational this summer. I do have an MPD report that does directly tie disturbances to his establishment. That is exhibit number 3, the report the day following the second shooting that I was going to show you. But will no longer.
What's exhibit number 3, ma'am?
Exhibit number 3 is the MPD report from January 22nd, 2023. And it is right here. If I can decrease this. Is everybody seeing a PDF?
No, ma'am. Not
Okay.
right.
Is everybody seeing a PDF? Okay.
So this is exhibit 3. What's exhibit 3, ma'am?
Exhibit 3 is the MPD report from an incident that occurred on January 22nd, 2023. It describes that at 5:25 a.m., a call was made for additional officers to help respond to a fight between patrons who had been previously barred from the Boulevard Lounge but had been let in. The fight spilled from the building into the parking lot behind the establishment. Upon MPD's arrival at the scene, the doors to the Boulevard Lounge were locked, but the officers observed that roughly 90 people were inside, despite some individuals having left and the occupancy limit being 24. MPD, as stated in the report, shut down the operation for the night based on these and prior violations. And the report also states that the MPD officers were in this exact area because of our complaints due to the gun violence that happened the day before. So we are very glad to have MPD in the area. They have been watching the establishment very closely, and we believe their presence avoided a gunfire event resulting from this fight that is directly tied.
Sir, what are you objecting to, sir?
I objected. This the reporters, the argument that between 2 females, there wasn't in there. The time is I have from Wednesday to Sunday. I got official hour time from liquor license. I can stay 6 in the morning, but the people that keep calling, they thought is I doing it after hour, but it wasn't after hour. So this time is when they came is these 2 girls, they arguing, their friends. We put them on outside. There is a security. 2 cops came and then they ask us what's going on and then they separate them. And then after that, they didn't ask me anything. They didn't know investigations. They not coming to my places. The only time is the officers got into my places when the investigator from Abra, if they allowed them to get in. That's it. So
All right.
I don't know. I never have this one. I never have any conversation with any officers at District 04.
All right. This is this is exhibit 3. So I will allow exhibit 3 in evidence. This is an official government document. And so so exhibit 3, I'll move exhibit 3 over your objections or any evidence. What else you have, ma'am?
I have another exhibit from MPD, which is from an incident on February 5th.
What exhibit is
2023. Exhibit 4.
And what's exhibit 4?
So exhibit 4 shows that on February 5th, 2023, at 4:08 a.m., MPD was called to assist in shutting down the Boulevard Lounge for operating after hours, to assist ABRA in shutting down the establishment.
I object that they shut it down because Abra shut it down, not the officers. This is the time we find out the occupancy is 24. There's nothing going on.
Sir,
Sir.
all
Sorry.
right, go ahead, man.
You allow me to speak?
No, sir. Let's move on. No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Well, that's pretty much it. Those are the only two that are directly tied to the establishment from MPD. So we have some evidence that is directly tying him to disturbances in our area, safety issues. We observe the arguments, we observe the drunk driving, we experience excessively loud music, engines hanging out, defacing and destruction to our property, which was noted in the other MPD report with the gunshots, and the damage to vehicles. We routinely experience sleep disturbances and many other unsavory happenings that are regularly occurring. We're really not interested in importing any additional activity of this type into our neighborhood. As a reminder, the patrons of this establishment that we're talking about really don't have any other business to be here. They aren't walking home to a residence in our neighborhood. The patrons of the Boulevard Lounge do not live here. We observe them coming and going in vehicles with out-of-state plates. Not that that's not allowed, but they don't live here, and we don't necessarily need them to be waking us up and creating safety issues for us, which is the impetus for this protest. The disturbing, violent, and illegal activity that is associated, in our estimation, with this business really has no prayer of decreasing if the occupancy limit increases. Instead, it would stand to reason that the disturbances and instances of gun violence will increase with the additional patrons frequenting this business. As I said before, the strongest evidence that we have that the Boulevard Lounge is directly responsible for this type of activity in our immediate area is the fact that Mr. Gurma has been non-operational for the past few months, during which time we have had zero overnight disturbances of any kind. The ABRA investigators report includes visit dates that occurred in June, July, and August and do reflect this relative quiet. I will close by saying that the mismanagement, negligence, and total lack of regard for the neighborhood in which the Boulevard Lounge operates has directly and negatively impacted our neighborhood safety. The defacing and damage to our properties, routine disruption of sleep, and the very real threat of gun violence and injury just outside of our homes is not something we're willing to tolerate. The Boulevard Lounge is not only a neighborhood nuisance, but it is a recklessly and irresponsibly run scourge that contributes to gun violence in its immediate area. Mr. Gurma has shown repeatedly that he will not choose on his own to operate his business within regulations or show any concern for the serious quality of life and safety impacts of his choices. We hope that the board will agree that this is a flagrant disregard for safety and decorum and warrants a denial of the requested occupancy increase to prevent the situation from worsening. We hope ABRA will ultimately decide against rewarding this irresponsible business that is tarnishing our otherwise quiet and calm neighborhood and literally putting area residents in the line of gunfire. On behalf of the 8 to 15 residents that have coordinated this effort that live in the area of the intersection of 9th and Sheridan Streets Northwest, I thank you all very much for your time and consideration this afternoon, and we do look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Mr. Gurman, do you have any questions of her?
I don't have any questions, but I gotta stick with what she said it.
No, no, sir. Hold on.
Mm.
At this juncture,
Mm.
this is when you have, if you don't have any questions to ask her.
I got
then
a
the board-
questions. I got a questions about the gun violence that she talking about.
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Do you have a specific question? Then ask her a specific question
Yeah.
based on what she just testified.
Did you get any reports about talk about the gun violence is attached to my establishment, or you just got it from somebody else? Is just like a storyteller? I just want to know, how did you get it? How did you hear it?
I wasn't able to obtain the report on the damage to the residents across the street. The head of the 4th District tried as hard as he could to find it. I don't know why they weren't able to. So I don't know the details of what would have been included in that report. But the other 2 shootings that I had tried to submit as evidence did not have explicit statements in the reports themselves tying to your establishment, but the officers who responded to the scene and interviewed witnesses did relay to us that they had come from.
Okay, did they give you any
Sir,
reason why?
let her finish.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, just to finish the thought is just that the officers who responded and had interviewed the witnesses, and in one case, the victim, had relayed to us that both arguments had begun at the Boulevard Lounge and had carried outside into our residential area.
So when you asked them about the report, did they tell you anything about it? Why they don't have it?
No, they didn't.
Okay, the second shooting. Do you have any the street numbers what they shoot it at? Exactly what
The
block
900 block
is
of
it?
Sheridan Street Northwest.
What block is it? The
The
street?
900 block of Sheridan Street Northwest.
No, it was the Rosa, like it's 2, 3, 4 blocks away. The second one that you
No,
talked.
the 900 block
Based
of
on
Sheridan Street.
the police.
Sir, hold on. Sir, you asked him a question. She needs to answer. This is not back and forth.
Okay.
So, ma'am, he'll ask you a question. You answer the best of your ability, and then we move on from there. We ask more questions. What's the question that you're asking, sir?
I asked her, I want to know the address, the block that he already have it reported. So what block did you get a report from the police? What street is that the shooting happened specifically, please?
The first incident, they responded to 6300 block of 9th Street, which is 1 block away. And the second incident that I did not discuss on the 21st of January, their report specifically notes the 900 block of Sheridan Street Northwest, and that the shot spotter picked up 6 shots, which is immediately around the corner from your establishment.
What Sheridan 600 is not like my block. It's 2 blocks away.
900.
Okay. So do they know? Can you show them the map is what exactly that at? The roles, the second one. The second one that you said is you got a report from the police.
I'm not understanding the question.
No, what I'm saying is that the map is that you showed us earlier is stopped at 9th Street, but the real shooting is happening further than the maps that you show us. So can you show us that 609th Street is?
Hold on, ma'am, let him finish. He's not done with his question. Go ahead, sir. And then wait till he's finished.
All I'm asking is that 609th Street, Sheridan Street, that you said it, there's across a street, which is like 4 or 5 blocks away from my places. But you keep saying it is Sheridan. So that's why he's trying to attach this situation to my establishment. So can you specifically show us on the map that addresses, please?
Yes.
Since you have in the map on you. So.
Are you able to upload the map, ma'am? Because he's asking you to show on the map that you upload
Yep.
where these. Are you able to upload the map again, ma'am, to show that?
Yeah. Do you want me? I'm not able to drop it in the chat, so I can just share my screen again, I guess.
You need to share your screen so you can show us. That's what he's asking the question. Says you have a map, so you can
Okay.
share your screen.
Sorry, let me change the questions.
Oh,
Have
hold
you
on,
ever
sir,
been?
hold on. Do you want her to answer that question?
I
or
wanted to answer the question, yeah.
All right, fine. So she has a map. What's the question that you're asking, sir?
What I'm asking is if you see that the green location over there, that is 900 in the Sheridan. Where does addresses stand by that the shooting is where that happened? Is it Sheridan and 9th Street? Or is it Sheridan and in the further street? Because the 600 is not, it's not this. If you know the block is the DC's map is so easy to navigate it. I've been living this areas for so long. I know that the block is he talking about. It's not. Have you ever been in this area, like investigated in person? Have you ever seen in the area before, man?
I live in the area. I live 1 block away from the Boulevard Lounge.
So the 600 block, you said is Sheridan and the
I'm
9
sorry,
is
I'm not
600 block?
talking about the 600 block.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't ever talking about the 600 block.
All right.
I said 6 shots were fired on the 900 block of Sheridan, which is immediately around the corner from you. It's this block right here, Sheridan, 900 block.
That's 900 block is right here?
Yes.
Okay. That's out. Okay.
And the other one was the 6300 and 6200 block of 9th, which is this intersection right here.
All this is you got this report is from the police, right? That's the police
Both
report.
of the locations are documented in MPD reports. Yes.
Okay.
I have MPD reports noting those exact locations. Yes.
Because I've seen it before. They say that the shooting is not this area. What you're talking about is it goes.
Mr. Garma.
Yeah, that's all. That's the question I have. That's all.
All right. Because I'm saying you'll get an opportunity when you're closed to state whatever you want to state. But I'm saying right now you're asking her questions. So you need to, this is not the opportunity for arguments.
Okay, I got it.
Just testify. You can ask her questions about her testimony.
Yeah, I'll finish. That's all I have the questions, but like I want to do the statement if I can.
You can later on, sir, when you're closing, I'll give you an opportunity when you're close, when you're going to tell us what is it you want us to do, you can make whatever arguments you want at that juncture. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Do we have, does any other board members have any questions that they have of this witness? Go ahead, Mr. Brandis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stone. Thank you for participating today. And we understand how emotional this is. We all live in neighborhoods. We all have crime, unfortunately. Some have more incidents than others, but unfortunately, crime seems to be endemic throughout the country right now, particularly late night. So thank you. Thank you for being here and sharing your concerns. So you mentioned several times that some of these incidents were between 4 and 6 a.m., which I can understand. That's your recollection, or that's what the report said. But looking at the license, it looks like that they don't have approval to be open any night after 3, which is only 2 nights a week, I think. So, not to grill you, but you did link something after 4, where the police said they went to the establishment, if I heard you right, and they said they shut it down because it must have still been operating. Can you speak to it? Has to be in our record.
Okay. Let's see here. It was exhibit 3 where a fight was breaking out at 5:25 a.m. in the establishment. And
in the establishment, excuse me. it's in that report. It said the fight was in the establishment after 3
Yes.
o'clock. Okay.
Yes, Exhibit
Follow.
3. And Exhibit 4, which is the second MPD report, MPD responded at 4:08 a.m. on February 5th, 2023 to assist ABRA in shutting down operations for the night.
You know, and I'm not expecting you to know this, but because it was tied to after hours in the establishment, either from the police or ABCA investigators confirmed that they were operating. Do you know if they were cited for any violations of being open after hours?
That I'm not sure about. As a direct result of those nights, I'm not sure.
That's fine. How many people are in your group?
We have, I think, 5 or 6 official signatories.
Yes.
And we had 8 at the show cause hearing.
Okay. Did this renewal application go in front of the ANC?
The ANC, I'm actually not sure if initially it did or not, but I have been coordinating with our ANC representative.
The reason I raised that because under the statute.
Hold on, Mr. Grandis. This is not a renewal application, it's a substantial change. And
Substantial change.
And
thank you.
And it's only been protested by.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
It's been protested by this group. Okay.
So if this was placard for the substantial change, do you know, and if you don't have to know the answer, but do you know whether the ANC actually had it in front of one of their meetings, which is allowed by law?
I found an ANC meeting minute report. Sorry, my dog. Sorry, real life happening. I am not sure if the ANC formally reviewed this specific change request. I do know that I've been in conversation with the ANC 4B06 representative who denied the opportunity to enter into an offer in compromise with the business instead of us because of the concerns that they share.
I'm sorry, who was denied? I'm trying to follow.
So they weren't denied, but the owner's legal representation at the time when we were not able to reach an offer in compromise, or whichever the correct terminology is for the protestant and the owner, their legal representation kind of circumvented us and contacted the ANC to see if they would instead enter into the agreement with them, and the ANC declined to do that based on our concerns.
You mentioned a couple times that the establishment doesn't seem to be attracting neighbors like yourself, residents like yourself. However, you perceive that the majority of their patrons come from outside the neighborhood. Well, there's no violation there. We live in a diverse city, and it's sort of harsh to think that establishments cannot have people from any of the sections of the city or even in Maryland or Virginia. So I'm sort of concerned that there's a perception that because they don't have neighbors who flock there, that it's not welcome.
No, not because the neighbors don't go there. It's really the issues that the patrons are creating, whether they live here or not. That's our concern. So even if it were neighbors, it would still be a concern.
Thank you for clarifying that. Have you been in the establishment?
I have not.
Why not?
Sorry, I have not. No,
But
I've
why
not
not?
been.
I mean, this is not grilling you. I'm trying to understand if I had a problem with a business, and trust me, I've had concerns about businesses, okay, in my own neighborhood. Why haven't you ever been in there?
I would say that a lounge / nightclub scene that is at its peak at 4 a.m. is not exactly my scene at this point in my life.
I think they're open earlier. I think they're open at like at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. I mean, I don't go to this establishment, but if looking at the operating hours, it's not all after midnight. So
Right.
I'm just asking again.
I don't think they serve food. It's just not of interest to me. But
Okay.
To your point about maybe why we haven't engaged directly is because when everything was coming to a head, the ANC actually made us aware of the action to request an occupancy increase and made us aware that this avenue was available to us. So it was upon their advice that we went this route.
I'm encouraged by what the chairman said earlier, that this is a emotional thing. 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, regardless of where the problem is coming from, is life concerning. So we just hope that if it comes down to us having to make the decision, that you all would find a way to work closer together. I can't say become good buddies, but try to figure out how to have dialogue and encourage this operator to come to some neighborhood meetings. People, if they know each other, then we're less frightful of them. Okay, so I want to thank you. I think you've brought some good information to us today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Again, Ms. Goldstone, thank you so very much for coming today and being persistent and getting your information on the record. It's quite disturbing to me that January the 22nd, 2023, I guess it's exhibit number 3. The police, Metropolitan Police Department report that you produced. And not being a lawyer, that was a very thing. You couldn't tie your video in, but this is definitely something I, as a board member, will look at. And hopefully the other board members will also. But in the internal narrative, the MPD states that on the night of January the 22nd, at approximately, January 22nd at approximately 5 a.m., Metropolitan officers were in the 900 block of Sheridan due to numerous residents' complaints. Were paying special attention to the area, and in particular, the establishment located at 6233 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Boulevard Lounge. At approximately 5:26 hours, an officer's emergency radio tone went off, and a request for more officers was made to respond to the area because a fight was in progress at the rear of the location. It was learned after the scene settled down that 2 female patrons who were previously barred started a fight inside of the club and then spilled outside to the rear of the location. Upon arrival, it was continually observed that the rear and front doors of the establishment were locked. That's really a public safety issue. You can't lock people inside of a club, especially after hours. The amount of individuals present, to include staff that was present inside the location, numbered over 90. Rough count, even after some patrons had left. Over 90.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Short.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. German. What happened to Mr. German? Are you there, sir? Mr. German, are you there? Mr.
Yeah, I'm
German.
here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. And to further with the report from MPD on January the 22nd, 2023, MPD Cruiser 400 Lieutenant Bigelow arrived on the scene and spoke to Mr. Theodore Gemma, who had presented himself as the manager of the facility. Mr. Gemma was advised of the numerous observed violations, and therefore at the time operation for the night must cease. All remaining patrons inside were asked to leave the facility. Some exited the rear of the location, others were redirected through the front doors, which says to me they couldn't get them all out of the back door because you had over 90 people in there. Or somebody had over 90 people in there. And the police documented this, and then also on exhibit number 4, there's more disturbing information. And most people who come here who complain about persons wanting to do things as Mr. Grammer wants to do, they don't bring the right type of documentation or information that would help this board help them. I'm going to pretty much, when I get a chance to ask Mr. Grammer any more questions about this, if he agrees with the police report, that actually happened, that he had over 90 people in, and now he wants to go into, well, I'll just say this. I'll wait until Mr. Grammer gets a chance to answer for himself. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, for your tolerance today and being here and spending your time as a community person. I don't mind saying this, and I'm very proud of it. I've been in the city for 7 decades, all of my natural life. I served on the DC Fire Department for 33 years and ran the fire marshal's office in the mayor's nuisance abatement task force for Mayor Marion, and for Mayor Williams. I saw some of these things take place, but at that time we were nipping in the bud. I don't know if we'll ever get back to that, but certainly in a residential neighborhood at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 females fighting inside the club and then come out in the rear to finish it off. And the police officers had to come to shut the place down after both doors were locked and wouldn't let them in. That is totally a violation. Well, I'll just say this, we'll just check and see whatever else happened. But this is in black and white that you gave us, Exhibit 3 and Exhibit 4. And again, if more people like yourself were to bring these types of exhibits to us, and anybody would ask any questions, what did the board do? What did the board observe? What information was available to the board to make the correct types of decisions? This information helps me tremendously, and I'm quite sure other board members will be interested in following up on this. Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Golston, and keep your chin up. The city is trying. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right. Mr. Germer, do you have any questions of Ms. Goldstein based on the questions that the board members asked, sir? They have to be questions that the board members ask. Do you have any questions, sir?
Oh, me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, yeah. The reporters, I don't agree.
No, sir. You're asking questions of her. It's specific.
No, I don't have any questions at all.
All right, thank you. All right. Do you rest, ma'am? Let's go.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to close. And so what I need you to do when we close is to state specifically what is it thought, and you're going to go first, Mr. Gurma. You're going to tell us specifically what it is that you want the board to do and why the board should take the action. And Miss Goldstone, you will tell us what specific action that you want the board to take and why the board should take that action. So it is, I'm losing, this laptop is a minute off, minute fast. So I want to make sure I'm giving the correct time. I'm looking at different, all right. It is 5:04. And so we're off the record until 5:15. You don't need to sign off, just you can put your camera, you can turn your camera off and put your microphone on mute. So we're off the record until 5:15. Thank you. We're back in the record. I need everyone to come back online. All right, so we are at the point for closing. And so I need Mr. Gurma, I need you to be very precise what it is that you're asking the board to grant to you, and why is it that you want us to grant you the substantial change that you're requesting. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, I've been, through a lot of stuff since the COVID is, I spend a lot of money, my time, my energies, and then most the neighbors, the business owners around me, they support me mentally because it was tough for me at the time. So I know I spend a lot of money, time, and energy. So I'm not saying is I'm not, a responsibility person. I'm really responsibility because I want to see me myself as, being success. Could be I'm not a perfect human beings. I can make mistakes, but since we all live together, and just live and learn from mistakes. But all I'm asking is the second chances, so I can make the neighbors feel comfortable. The certain things I have to stop is I'm willing without them or with anybody asking me. I'll make sure is that my establishment is to be safe and entertain for the neighbors. So I'm just asking a second chance to prove my wrong, the certain things I did wrong. So I'm just want to get back to the life, and then the board has advised me I should involve with the communities. Uh, listen to issues, whatever problem is in the areas I should involve. So I learned something today. So I just asking the board just to give me the second chance, and then to prove myself, because I live in day by days, to correct myself, prove it, and then to be somebody, a good person, a good citizen. Thank you.
So basically, you're asking us to approve the substantial change to give you the occupancy of 80.
Yes, because the 24 is like the community, the people that hires is already 10 people. So my establishment is I'm not gonna make money out of like 12 people every day. So I know if you guys is allowing 24s, I'm gonna be out of a business, because there's nothing I can make out of it. After I've been through so many things, almost 4 years now, is the establishment is like almost 2 years now. So all the pandemic is I've been suffering. So this 24 occupancy it's not good enough. I'm not trying to bother in the neighborhood, but I'm just trying to get a little bit money so I can live off for the business, the hard work I done.
All right. Okay, ma'am, what is it that you're asking us to do?
Sure. In closing, and on behalf of my neighbors and fellow signatories to this protest, what I am urging the board to consider is the following. First, denial of the requested substantial change to his occupancy increase in full, reducing his hours to align more closely with the other taverns in the immediate area, requiring Mr. Gurma and other employees to attend relevant trainings to fully understand DC regulations and how to safely and responsibly operate a business that serves alcohol, requiring Mr. Gurma to attend monthly ANC and MPD 4th District public meetings and to find a way outside of those meetings to meaningfully engage with the residents and responsible business owners in the area on a regular basis, urging MPD to continue their increased presence and monitoring of the immediate area, It's our belief that this combination of actions will be the best bet to stave off additional quality of life and safety issues related to the patrons of the Boulevard Lounge. Our justification and plea for this is to please ask him to first prove that he can operate within regulations at his current limit before increasing by 4 times. And then after proving he's able to do that, consider the increase at that point. We view it as rewarding a business that has been negligent to approve the occupancy increase at this point, and would ask that he show that he can be responsible first. So again, on behalf of my neighbors and I thank all of you for your time and attention to our concerns this afternoon, and we look forward to your decision. Thank you.
I want to thank the parties for their presentation today. I know that it gets emotional. None of you, as far as I'm concerned, are attorneys, so I think that you did a good job in presenting your case today. All right, so this case has been closed. So, do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law waive their right to do so? Meaning that, do you want to make that the board will make a decision on a substantial change based on the evidence that was presented today?
Yeah.
All right. And it was, as I stated before, both parties had stated that they did not require the testimony of the investigator. So therefore, we're not going to open this case to have the investigator testify. So this is the end of the matter of the case as far as this is concerned. Okay. All right. So, all right. Give me a minute. Sorry.
Can I ask one question?
Yes. Yes,
Sorry.
ma'am.
Is the board not considering the investigator's findings at all, or just isn't asking additional questions of her?
No, it's a part of a record, so we will review it. But I'm just saying, if you want to question her, then we can hold this open and have it another day for her to testify. But if you don't need for her to testify, yes, it's part of our records, and so we will review our records, and it's a part of the record. Whatever decision we made will be based on the records that we have, the case report, the investigative history. The investigative history that is a part of this establishment's in history, and also the 2 exhibits that I did admit was exhibits 3 and 4. We will consider exhibits 3 and 4 a part of the record in making the decision that we make. All right.
Thank you.
Give me a minute, please. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00037 Boulevard Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 PRO 00037 Boulevard Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575B of the Open Meetings Act. Again, thank everyone for their presentation today. The board will consider what we have heard today, and we will make a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. We'll issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right. As chairperson of the, you're free to go, sir. The hearing is over. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on September 14th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, licensing agenda for September 14th, as published in the DC Register on September 8th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion before it's now given properly second. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank members of the public and the board members who have actively participated in this hearing today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Have a great day.